Hey there. Tonight, we're setting sail into the heart of Greek myth, to a world of storms, gods, and endless seas, a place where cunning mattered as much as courage, and where the journey itself could last a lifetime. This is the story of Odysseus, king of Ithaca, master of wit, and hero of the long voyage home. Known for his clever mind as much as his bravery, his tale is one of trickery, loss, resilience, and the enduring hope of return. From the wooden horse at Troy to the trials of the open sea, his name became a symbol of survival against impossible odds. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, let the waves quiet around you, close your eyes, and let's begin with the tale of Odysseus. Let us begin then with a man who was never entirely comfortable being ordinary. Odysseus of Ithaca, son of Laertes and Anticlea, husband to Penelope, father to Telemachus, and a fellow whom even the gods could not quite agree upon. Some called him cunning, others crafty, and more than a few used less polite terms. But in Homer's Odyssey, he is introduced with the word polytropos, a wonderfully Greek term that can mean of many twists and turns. This is fitting, not only because he would later endure the longest, twistiest journey home imaginable, but because his personality itself bent in every direction. A man of strategies, improvisations, disguises, and, occasionally, downright fibs. If there was ever a fellow who could talk his way out of a sticky situation, or indeed talk himself into one, it was Odysseus. Now, Ithaca itself was not much to look at compared with the sprawling kingdoms of the mainland. It was a rugged island, rocky, windswept, perched in the Ionian Sea. Travellers from elsewhere might have sneered that it was hardly worth ruling at all. Yet for Odysseus, it was everything. His home, his inheritance, his kingdom. The Greeks, like many ancient peoples, didn't measure wealth merely in gold or luxuries, but in the land one ruled and the household one maintained. Ithaca's soil might have been stubborn, but it grew enough olives and grapes to keep its king fed, and its hills provided the goats and sheep that formed the backbone of Greek subsistence. What made Odysseus remarkable, though, was not Ithaca's landscape, but his mind. In the stories, he was not a hulking warrior like Ajax, nor a demigod like Heracles. Instead, he became legendary because he thought differently. Ancient Greeks valued this trait immensely, even as they mistrusted it. The word metis, cunning intelligence, was seen as both admirable and dangerous. A society built on honour and straightforward courage did not always know what to do with a man who preferred trickery to brute force. Yet time and again, Odysseus proved that sometimes a trick outlasts a spear. To understand him, it is useful to imagine the world in which he lived, the late Bronze Age Aegean, roughly the 12th century BCE, a time when powerful palatial centres dotted Greece, Mycenae, Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, and traded with Egypt, Anatolia, and beyond. Ships crisscrossed the Mediterranean, carrying copper, tin, amber, and textiles. Warfare was brutal, often little more than raiding and burning. To survive, one needed not only strong arms, but also sharp wits. It is no surprise, then, that Odysseus came to embody the ideal of the clever survivor. There is a curious tale about his youth that already reveals his character. When he was still a young man, his grandfather Autolycus, notorious for being something of a con man himself, gave him the name Odysseus, which can mean the one who causes pain or the hated one. A charming family tradition, to be sure. The Greeks, you see, often believed names carried destiny, and in Odysseus's case, the meaning was prophetic. He caused pain to others, yes, but he also suffered it in abundance. One might say it was truth in advertising. Despite this ominous beginning, he built a life that appeared enviable. He married Penelope, a woman as clever as he, though considerably more patient. While Odysseus would spend decades wandering, Penelope's test of endurance was subtler, resisting 100 greedy suitors while keeping the household intact. Together, they had a son, Telemachus, who was still an infant when the drums of war began to beat. Ah, yes, the Trojan War. It is here that Odysseus's reputation truly took root. But before we rush off to Troy, let us linger on the fact that Odysseus never really wanted to go. Unlike Achilles, who sought glory, or Agamemnon, who sought power, Odysseus wanted to stay home. He enjoyed his hearth, his wife, and his quiet kingdom. When the Greek leaders gathered to march against Troy, Odysseus famously tried to avoid the summons. According to legend, he pretended to be mad, ploughing his field with an ox and a donkey yoked together, an absurd combination, and sowing salt instead of seed. A clever ruse, though perhaps not his finest. Unfortunately for him, Palamedes, another sharp-minded Greek, suspected the trick. To test Odysseus's sanity, Palamedes placed baby Telemachus in front of the plough. Odysseus, unwilling to kill his son, swerved aside, and his feigned madness was revealed. And so, reluctantly, he was bound for Troy. This episode tells us much about his character. Unlike many Greek heroes, Odysseus was not driven by blind passion or by the lure of Kleos, immortal fame, though he would later receive it. Instead, he was practical. He valued life at home over glory abroad, family over conquest. Yet he was also bound by the cultural web of obligation. The Greeks had sworn an oath years earlier to defend the marriage of Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. Honour demanded that Odysseus join, no matter his personal preference. Now, as narrator, I must pause and note that much of this may be more myth than history. Scholars continue to debate whether the Trojan War was an actual conflict or a poetic exaggeration of smaller skirmishes. Excavations at Hisarlik, in modern-day Turkey, thought to be the site of ancient Troy, reveal evidence of destruction layers around 1200 BCE. There was indeed a city, and it likely did fall violently more than once. Whether it was destroyed because of a runaway queen with a fondness for handsome Trojans, however, is a separate matter. But the Greeks, ever fond of storytelling, elevated the event into a myth of destiny, and in those stories Odysseus played a central role. His reputation grew throughout the war, not because he was strongest, but because he was indispensable. When Achilles sulked in his tent, Odysseus was the one who went to persuade him back to the battlefield. When the Greeks squabbled, Odysseus often acted as the diplomat. He was not above a bit of deception either, once sneaking into Troy disguised as a beggar to gather intelligence. One might call him the original spy, though perhaps without the tuxedo and martini. It is important to recognize how the ancient audience viewed such behavior. To the Greeks, heroes like Achilles embodied beer, force and sheer physical dominance. Odysseus, on the other hand, embodied metis, cunning intelligence, resourcefulness, adaptability. These two qualities were often seen in tension, but also as complementary. In fact, the gods themselves reflected this dichotomy. Athena, who became Odysseus's patron, was the goddess of wisdom and strategy, while Ares represented raw, often reckless violence. That Odysseus found favour with Athena is no accident. They were kindred spirits, both preferring brains over brawn. In this way, Chapter 1 of our tale establishes the central theme. Odysseus as the man of many turns, the mortal who survives not by being invincible, but by being clever. He begins as a man reluctant to leave home, thrust into a world of war and obligation, and soon to become the most famous wanderer in myth. Already we see the seeds of his fate. The gods will both aid him and hinder him, mortals will both admire and mistrust him, and through it all he will rely on that peculiar blend of quick wit and stubborn endurance. If you close your eyes now, you might almost picture him, standing on the shores of Ithaca, gazing out over the grey, wine-dark sea, knowing that his life would never again be simple. His mind, forever calculating, was already churning with schemes and strategies. He was about to embark on a journey that would test not only his body, but his very identity. And so, the man of many turns takes his first step into legend. And with that, dear listener, let us end this first chapter. For if Odysseus is anything, he is patient. He waited 20 years to return home. Surely we can wait until the next chapter to see how he fares, once war and gods take hold of his fate. The Trojan War is one of those stories that has been told so often, so widely, and in so many variations, that it is sometimes difficult to know where myth ends and history begins. Was it a single war at all? Or was it a long memory of many raids condensed into one dazzling tale? Scholars still debate it. But for the Greeks of Homer's time, it was no mere squabble. It was the defining conflict of an age, the stage upon which gods and mortals mingled, and where Odysseus, much against his own will, would carve out his legend. The war, as you likely know, began with a beauty contest. Yes, it does sound faintly ridiculous, but the Greeks had a talent for turning seemingly trivial quarrels into cosmic upheaval. The story goes that Eris, goddess of strife, who incidentally was never invited to parties for very good reasons, tossed a golden apple among the guests at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. Upon the apple were the words to the fairest. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately claimed it. To settle the dispute, they selected Paris, a Trojan prince of dubious judgment, as judge. Each goddess attempted to bribe him. Hera promised political power. Athena promised wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite promised the love of the most beautiful woman alive. Paris, with the impeccable foresight of a young man led by his hormones, chose Aphrodite. The trouble, of course, was that the most beautiful woman alive, Helen of Sparta, was already married to Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon. Paris carried her off, willingly or otherwise depending on which poet you prefer, and suddenly 1,000 ships were being launched across the Aegean. The Greeks rallied under Agamemnon's command, bound by the famous oath sworn years earlier when Helen first married. Every suitor of Helen had agreed that if ever she were taken, they would all come to her husband's aid. Honour, you see, is a dangerous glue. Once it sticks, it can drag everyone into catastrophe. Now, Where does Odysseus enter this grand pageant of egos, gods, and questionable decisions? As I mentioned before, he wanted no part of it. He valued Penelope and his infant son above the quarrels of kings. But the oath bound him as well, and once Palamedes exposed his feigned madness, there was no escape. And so Odysseus prepared to leave his rocky Ithaca for the long, uncertain war at Troy. When the Greek armies gathered at Aulis, Odysseus quickly proved himself indispensable. He was not, by all accounts, the most charismatic commander. Agamemnon wore that dubious crown, but he had a gift for strategy and diplomacy. The Greeks were a fractious lot, each leader stubborn, proud, and not terribly inclined to follow another's orders. Odysseus often served as the voice of reason, persuading quarrelsome kings to work together. One can almost imagine him sighing, perhaps rubbing his temples, as yet another heroic hothead demanded his way. But the gods were watching. They always were in these stories, and they had their favourites. Athena, as mentioned, looked kindly on Odysseus, admiring his cleverness. Poseidon, however, would later take a rather dim view of him. Hera and Aphrodite had their own concerns, bickering endlessly, while Zeus occasionally stirred the pot for his own amusement. One might be forgiven for thinking that the Trojan War was less about mortals fighting, and more about divine politics spilling over onto Earth. Before battle was joined, there was a curious incident that highlights Odysseus's role. The Greeks learned from a prophecy that the war could not be won without the participation of Achilles. The young warrior, whose mother Thetis had dipped him in the river Styx, making him nearly invulnerable. Achilles, however, was hidden away by his mother, disguised as a girl among the daughters of a king. She hoped to keep him far from the dangers of war. Who then was sent to uncover him? Odysseus, of course. He arrived at the court, laid out gifts before the maidens, fine clothing, jewellery, and one curious addition: weapons. As the young women admired the fabrics, one figure could not resist seizing a sword and shield. That naturally was Achilles. Odysseus's trick worked, and thus the greatest warrior of the Greeks was recruited. Already we see a pattern. Again and again during the war, Odysseus played the role of the clever catalyst, the one who devised the schemes that enabled the Greeks to move forward. Without him, many of the pivotal events of the Trojan War might never have happened. He was less the boulder charging down the hill, more the lever shifting the mountain. The war itself, according to Homer and others, lasted 10 years. The poets tended to skip over much of the dreary fighting, preferring instead to focus on the grand personalities and the divine interventions. Odysseus featured prominently in several episodes. In the Iliad, we see him act as diplomat when Agamemnon and Achilles quarrel. When Achilles withdraws from battle, sulking in his tent, Odysseus is among those sent to persuade him back. The attempt fails, but the role is telling. He was the negotiator, the man trusted to reason with the unreasonable. There is also the story of the bow. Philoctetes, a Greek hero, possessed the bow of Heracles, an essential weapon according to prophecy. Yet Philoctetes had been abandoned on an island early in the war, stricken by a foul wound, an unbearable stench. Years later, the Greeks realized they needed him. Who could persuade him to return after such betrayal? Odysseus again. His mission was not without controversy. Some versions say he deceived Philoctetes, others that he persuaded him honestly. Either way, he secured the bow, fulfilling another thread of destiny. This combination of trickery and diplomacy reveals why Odysseus fascinated the Greeks. He was not straightforward. He could be manipulative, even ruthless. Yet he was also necessary. In an age when warlords prized brute force, he represented the power of intellect, for better or worse. And though the Greeks admired him, they also feared him. Clever men, after all, are unpredictable. As the war dragged on, Odysseus fought bravely when needed. Homer does not deny him courage, but his true fame lay in his mind. The culmination of this came, of course, with the Trojan horse. By the 10th year, the Greeks were weary. Troy's walls seemed unassailable. Direct assault had failed countless times, and so Odysseus proposed something radical: build a giant wooden horse, hollow inside, large enough to conceal soldiers. Leave it at Troy's gates and pretend to sail away. The Trojans, he reasoned, would drag it inside as a trophy. Now, one must admire the audacity. Ancient audiences certainly did. The trick worked too well. The Trojans celebrated, feasted, and dragged the horse into the city. By night, Odysseus and his hidden companions emerged, opened the gates, and Troy was doomed. The city burned, its people slaughtered or enslaved. The Greeks had won, and Odysseus had ensured his name would never be forgotten. Yet, and here is the twist, such cunning came at a price. The gods, you see, are not fond of mortals who appear too clever for their own good. The Greeks had already angered Athena by desecrating her temples. And Odysseus, in particular, drew the ire of Poseidon, whose son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, he would later blind. But even before that fateful encounter, his trick with the horse left a mark. He had defeated Troy not with heroism, but with deception. Some admired it. Others whispered that it was dishonourable. And so, as the Greeks sailed away from the smouldering ruins of Troy, they carried both victory and doom. For while Achilles had died in glory, and Agamemnon would return to meet his tragic end, Odysseus's fate was stranger still. His war was over, but his true story had barely begun. The gods were watching, the sea awaited, and the man of many turns would soon find that returning home could be more difficult than taking an enemy city. Pause a moment and imagine him then, standing on the deck of a ship, the smoke of Troy fading behind him. Ithaca somewhere far across the horizon. He must have thought, as any weary soldier would, that his troubles were nearly done. Little did he know the real adventure had just begun. When we think of Odysseus, one image tends to rise above all others: the great wooden horse standing before the gates of Troy. It has become almost synonymous with cleverness itself. Even today, we use the term Trojan horse to describe a cunning ruse that sneaks danger inside under the guise of a gift, though these days it tends to involve computer viruses rather than Greek soldiers. But in the original story, this was Odysseus's crowning invention, the stratagem that ended a decade-long war. By the 10th year of the Trojan War, both sides were exhausted. The Greeks had burned the surrounding countryside, raided villages, and fought countless duels, but Troy's walls remained unbroken. Those walls, incidentally, were said to have been built by the gods themselves, Poseidon and Apollo, when they were briefly punished to serve King Laomedon of Troy. Whether that's true or just a piece of mythological marketing, it gave the impression that the city was impregnable. And indeed, despite all the might of Mycenaean warriors, the city stood firm. The Greeks were growing restless. Their ships had been away from home for years. Supplies dwindled, tempers flared, and morale sagged. Some heroes had already met their fates. Achilles struck down by Paris, Ajax the Greater dead, and countless others gone. To besiege a city for 10 years in the Bronze Age was no small feat. One imagines lice, bad food, and an awful lot of shouting matches. Odysseus, practical as ever, realised that brute force would no longer suffice. If Troy could not be taken from without, it must be taken from within. Here enters the idea of the horse. Now the Greeks loved their horses. Chariots were symbols of prestige, and cavalry, while not decisive in Greek warfare, was associated with nobility. To present a great wooden horse as an offering would appeal to Trojan pride. Some ancient sources even suggest that horses were sacred to Poseidon, making the gift appear doubly significant. The plan, then, was simple in conception but audacious in execution. Build a colossal horse, hollow it out, hide soldiers inside, and leave it as if it were a dedication to the gods. The Greeks would pretend to abandon the siege, sailing out of sight, while the Trojans, in their relief, would drag the trophy into their city. Of course, a plan like this raises practical questions. How large was this horse? How many men could it conceal? Ancient poets are delightfully inconsistent on this matter. Virgil, writing centuries later in the Aeneid, has the horse bristling with armed warriors, practically an entire battalion. Homer, in the Odyssey, is vaguer. Archaeologists, ever practical, point out that constructing such a structure out of Bronze Age timber would have been a formidable engineering task. Yet, as with all myths, the point is not logistics but symbolism. The horse was a deception embodied, a gift hiding destruction, a reversal of expectations. There is even a theory among historians that the horse may not have been literal at all. Some suggest it could have been a poetic metaphor for a siege engine, perhaps a battering ram or a mobile tower, that allowed the Greeks to breach the walls. Others argue it might recall an earthquake, since Poseidon was both god of horses and of tremors, and the city's fall could have been poetically attributed to his horse. But the Greeks themselves, when they told the story, delighted in the sheer theatricality of the ruse. It was not enough for Troy to fall. It had to fall with a twist worthy of Odysseus. And so the horse was built. The craftsman, led by Epeius, shaped its massive frame. Into its belly climbed Odysseus and his chosen companions, heroes like Menelaus, Diomedes, and perhaps even Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. They armed themselves and waited in darkness, surrounded by the creak of wood and the smell of pitch. Outside, the Greek army pretended to sail away, though in truth they lurked just beyond sight, ready to return at a signal. The Trojans, upon discovering the deserted camp and the horse, reacted in predictable confusion. What was this enormous thing? A gift? A trap? A monument to Greek desperation? Opinions varied. Laocoon, a Trojan priest, famously warned, "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts." He urged the Trojans to burn the horse, to smash it to pieces, to distrust anything left by the enemy. It was excellent advice, and had they listened, this story would be considerably shorter. Unfortunately for Laocoon, the gods had other plans. According to the tale, 2 serpents emerged from the sea and strangled Laocoon and his sons. The Trojans, horrified, interpreted this as a divine sign. Clearly the horse was sacred, and Laocoon had offended the gods by urging its destruction. Such is the dangerous logic of myth. Ignore the practical warning, heed the ominous spectacle. Thus convinced, the Trojans dragged the horse into the city with ropes, rejoicing that the long war was finally over. That night, Troy celebrated. Fires blazed, wine flowed, and laughter echoed through streets that had known only fear and siege for a decade. While the Trojans slept, oblivious in their triumph, the hollow belly of the horse stirred. Odysseus and his companions emerged silently, their armour glinting in the torchlight. They opened the gates, and the Greek army, who had returned under cover of darkness, poured in. Troy was undone, the city burned. Priam, the aged king, was slaughtered at his altar. Women and children were taken captive. Cassandra, the prophetess cursed never to be believed, was dragged from the temple of Athena. Aeneas, in later Roman tradition, fled with his household to found a new destiny in Italy. But for the Greeks, the victory was total. The war was won. And Odysseus, though not the only architect of destruction, was forever linked with the cunning horse that brought the mighty city down. Now, let us step back and consider the symbolism. To the Greeks, Odysseus's trick represented the triumph of intelligence over brute strength. For 10 years, armies had battered against Troy to no avail. Yet in a single night of guile, the walls fell. It was a lesson, both inspiring and unsettling. Admire cleverness, yes, but beware it too. After all, the Trojans had welcomed what seemed a gift, and it destroyed them. The story became a cultural warning. Appearances deceive, and sometimes the most beautiful offering hides ruin inside. For Odysseus himself, the horse marked both his greatest success and the beginning of his greatest troubles. The gods, as always, were watching. Poseidon, whose association with horses made the ruse particularly audacious, did not take kindly to mortals using such symbols to deceive. And Athena, though she admired Odysseus, was angered by the desecrations that followed Troy's fall. The Greeks had not shown proper reverence, and divine retribution was brewing. One might say that while the horse ended one journey, it launched another. Odysseus's long, harrowing voyage home. It is also worth remembering that not all Greeks approved of Odysseus's methods. In some versions, Ajax the Lesser sneered at the trick, considering it unworthy of true warriors. The tension between straightforward heroism and cunning strategy runs throughout Greek literature. Yet time and again, Odysseus proves that in a world governed by both men and gods, a sharp mind is often the most dangerous weapon. Picture him then, as dawn broke over the smoking ruins of Troy. Amidst the cries of the vanquished and the triumph of the victors, Odysseus must have felt a swell of satisfaction. His idea had worked. The war was finished. Soon, surely, he would return to Penelope and Ithaca, to the quiet life he had always preferred. But if he allowed himself that comforting thought, it was premature. For even as the ashes cooled, the gods were plotting, the sea was stirring, and Odysseus's true Odyssey was only beginning. It is one of life's small ironies that Odysseus, who had survived 10 years of war at Troy, was undone not by swords or spears, but by his own tongue. It wasn't an arrow that delayed him, nor the cunning of enemies, but rather the impulse to shout his name into the wind, like a man posting on social media after winning a minor argument. Pride, in the world of Greek myth, is a dangerous business. And when one's pride collides with the dignity of the gods, the results are rarely pleasant. Let us begin by remembering who Poseidon was. To the ancient Greeks, Poseidon was not a gentle seaside deity presiding over holiday paddles and seashell collections. He was the shaker of the earth, the god whose temper sent walls tumbling, whose trident could raise islands from the sea or swallow them whole. Fishermen, traders, and soldiers depended on the sea for survival, yet they feared it too. The sea was life and death in equal measure. In Poseidon, that duality was personified. To fall foul of him was no small misstep. It was rather like irritating the weather itself. Now, Odysseus had already participated in a number of small impieties during the sack of Troy, as had many Greeks. The looting of temples, the dragging of statues into the dirt, the violation of sacred spaces. These were things the gods never forgot. Athena herself, once a loyal patron of the Greeks, grew cold with disapproval. But none of that compared to what was about to unfold with Polyphemus, Poseidon's own son. The tale of the Cyclops begins with landfall on a curious island. Imagine Odysseus and his weary sailors, battered by storms, gazing at a shoreline of rolling hills and caves cut deep into rock. These caves, as it happened, were not carved by human hands, but claimed by the Cyclopes, a race of giant shepherds. They had no ships, no agriculture, and no councils. Homer describes them as lawless, not in the sense of wickedness, but in the sense of isolation. Each man ruled his own household, and no one gave heed to neighbours. Civilization, in the Greek sense, did not touch them. For the Greeks, hospitality, or xenia, was sacred. A host was expected to welcome strangers, provide food and drink, and send them on their way with gifts. The guest, in turn, was expected to be respectful. This system was more than courtesy. It was bound up with religion. For Zeus himself was patron of strangers and travellers. To violate hospitality was to offend Olympus. Thus, when Odysseus and his men wandered into Polyphemus's cave and helped themselves to cheese and milk, they were testing the very boundaries of what was acceptable. Polyphemus, returning home, was not impressed. A giant of a man, or rather, a man in shape, but not in civility, he rolled a stone across the entrance that only he could move. Then, with no hesitation, he snatched up two of Odysseus's companions and devoured them raw. Homer is graphic here, as though to emphasize the sheer horror of lawlessness. To the Greek ear, Polyphemus was not just a monster, but an anti-citizen, one who knew nothing of laws, councils, or proper respect. Trapped in the cave, Odysseus faced a dilemma. Violence was useless, for the stone at the entrance required strength beyond mortal measure. Escape seemed impossible, and so he turned, as always, to cunning. Producing a skin of strong wine, a gift from earlier travels, he offered it to Polyphemus. The Cyclops, unused to such potent drink, consumed it greedily. His single eye drooped, his head swayed. When asked his name, Odysseus replied with calculated mischief, "Nobody." And so, when the sharpened stake was driven into Polyphemus's eye, and the giant roared in agony, calling his neighbours for aid, they asked who was harming him. "Nobody!" he screamed. And satisfied that he was suffering from some divine illness rather than mortal attack, they left him to his misery. The escape was another masterpiece of cunning. Odysseus tied his men beneath the bellies of sheep, so that when Polyphemus, blind, felt along their woolly backs as they left the cave, he never noticed the men clinging underneath. It was, one must admit, both ingenious and slightly undignified. Heroes in Greek myth are not always graceful in their triumphs. At this point, the story might have ended well. They had escaped a grisly death, fooled a giant, and reached the safety of their ships. But Odysseus, unable to resist the temptation, shouted back across the water. He mocked Polyphemus, taunted him, and most fatally revealed his name and lineage. "Tell them it was Odysseus of Ithaca who blinded you," he boasted. Polyphemus then lifted his arms to the sky and prayed to his father Poseidon. It was a simple prayer, but devastating, that Odysseus might never reach home, or if fated to do so, that he should come late, alone in misery, to find sorrow waiting. Poseidon heard, and thus the die was cast. From this point forward, every storm, every detour, every misfortune at sea was tinged with Poseidon's anger. One might view the Odyssey as a series of unfortunate accidents, but Homer makes it clear these were not accidents. They were the steady hand of a god offended, guiding the winds and waves to thwart a mortal. Historically, this story reflects something deeper about Greek life. To the Greeks, the sea was at once highway and hazard. Traders depended upon it, colonists spread across it, and soldiers sailed upon it to wage wars. Yet the sea was fickle. A journey meant for a week might take months. Pirates lurked in hidden coves. Sudden storms could smash a fleet. Poseidon embodied this unpredictability, and the story of Odysseus gave mythological form to the daily anxiety of sailors. There is also the matter of hubris. The Greeks told such tales not only for entertainment, but as cautionary parables. Odysseus's mistake was not the blinding of Polyphemus. After all, survival justified cunning. His mistake was in boasting afterwards, in placing his pride above his safety. To insult a mortal enemy is foolish enough. To insult a god's child is reckless beyond measure. As Odysseus's ships sailed away, the waves grew restless. One can almost imagine the scene, the men rowing hard, glancing nervously at the horizon, while Odysseus stands tall, defiant, still calling taunts into the wind. And somewhere beneath the waves, Poseidon stirs, hearing his son's prayer. The god does not appear in dramatic lightning or thunder, as Zeus might. Instead, his vengeance is quieter, drawn out, not the blow of a sword, but the endless wearing down of patience, hope, and strength. In this way, Poseidon is unlike other gods. Ares brings sudden violence. Apollo sends plague. Hera unleashes storms of jealousy. But Poseidon prefers the slow grind, the long attrition. His revenge was not to strike Odysseus dead on the spot, but to ensure that every step of his journey would be delayed, twisted, and poisoned with sorrow. The Greeks, listening to this tale around the hearth, would have nodded knowingly. They too had been delayed by sudden winds. They too had cursed the sea as their little ships were tossed about like leaves. The myth of Odysseus was not just about one man's misfortune. It was a mirror of every sailor's dread. And so, Odysseus became not only a warrior, but the archetypal wanderer, the man who struggles against the currents of fate and the hostility of the divine. Without Poseidon's wrath, he might have been a clever king with a modest legend. With it, he became a figure of enduring fascination, a symbol of resilience against forces greater than oneself. Picture him now, at the prow of his ship, gazing into the distance. Behind him men whisper nervously. Ahead, the horizon is blank. The sea heaves beneath them, restless, alive. Every wave might conceal a blessing or a curse. Every gust of wind might bring them closer to Ithaca, or hurl them leagues away. Such was the gift Poseidon gave his son Polyphemus. Not immediate vengeance, but the long torment of endless wandering. And so the story of Odysseus, from this moment on, is shadowed by the sea god's anger. Each new landfall, each new trial, can be traced back to that moment of pride outside the Cyclops' cave. For once, a god has fixed his gaze upon a mortal. There is no easy escape, only endurance. It is said that temptation is the true test of a man, and Odysseus, poor fellow, never lacked for it. If the Trojan War proved his courage, and the Cyclops proved his cunning, then the long years that followed would test his endurance against softer, subtler forces, those that came not with spears and roars, but with gentle hands, sweet fruit, and whispers of forgetfulness. The first such trial came with the Lotus Eaters. Now, on the surface, the story seems almost laughably simple. Odysseus and his men land on a strange shore, encounter friendly locals who offer them fruit, and those who eat it promptly forget everything else. It sounds like a cautionary tale about sampling unfamiliar cuisine while abroad, but beneath the surface lies something much deeper, a meditation on memory, identity, and the human need for purpose. Let us set the scene. Imagine the weary ships of Odysseus gliding into a tranquil bay. The sun is warm, the air fragrant, the waves gentle. After storms and terrors, after the howling of Cyclops, this place seems paradise. The inhabitants, described vaguely by Homer, are not hostile warriors but peaceful folk, living on the fruit of the lotus plant. They do not threaten the Greeks with swords. Rather, they welcome them with food. It is the softest kind of danger, the sort that seduces rather than strikes. The lotus fruit, according to Homer, had the peculiar property of making one forget home. To eat it was to lose all desire to return, to drift into contented apathy. No hunger, no ambition, no longing, just a pleasant stupor. To a Greek audience, this was terrifying. For the essence of Greek identity lay in one's obligations, to family, to household, to city, to gods. To abandon those was to cease being truly human. Here, Odysseus' role as leader is revealed in a new light. When his men tasted the fruit and begged to remain, he did not join them. He did not scold them either. Instead, with a mixture of firmness and compassion, he dragged them bodily back to the ships and bound them to the benches until the intoxicating spell wore off. It was not cruelty, it was protection. He knew that to surrender to forgetfulness was to lose themselves entirely. Historically, scholars have puzzled over the lotus plant. Some suggest it may have been a reference to the date palm, others to a type of jujube fruit, or even a kind of narcotic herb. Whatever the real inspiration, the meaning is clear. It symbolized escape through forgetfulness, a temptation as dangerous as any spear. In the wider cultural sense, this episode speaks volumes. The Greeks valued memory. Their epics were sung, their histories recited, their genealogies traced carefully. To forget one's past, to abandon the struggle for glory or return, was unthinkable. Even in death, heroes sought remembrance, for to be forgotten was a second death. Thus, the Lotus Eaters represented not merely laziness, but the erasure of self. One can almost hear the drowsy voices of the sailors. Why return to Ithaca? Why endure storms, monsters, and the anger of Poseidon? Here, the sun is warm, the fruit sweet, the days easy. Why suffer when one can drift? And Odysseus, shaking his head, must have thought of Penelope weaving by her loom, of Telemachus growing into manhood, of Ithaca's rocky hills waiting for his tread. He could not yield, not even to this soft oblivion. It is striking, too, that Homer placed this story early in the wanderings. Perhaps he wished to remind his listeners that the real challenge of life is not always in battle, but in resisting the gentle slide into forgetfulness. Most of us will not fight cyclopes or outwit sorceresses, but many of us know the pull of distractions that tempt us to forget our duties. The lotus is, in its way, timeless. But Odysseus' voyage was not a straight path, and the lotus was only one of many snares. After leaving that land, his men still shaken, he would face temptations of other kinds, not the fruit of a plant, but the enchantments of goddesses. Take, for instance, the island of Circe, which he would reach a little later. Circe was no mere hostess with odd fruit. She was a sorceress, a daughter of Helios, skilled in herbs and charms. When Odysseus's men wandered into her halls, she welcomed them with food and wine, only to transform them into swine with a wave of her wand. One might say it was the very opposite of the lotus, not forgetfulness, but bestiality, stripping men not of memory but of their humanity itself. And yet, even here, Odysseus prevailed, aided by Hermes, who gave him the herb moly to resist her magic. With his sword drawn, he compelled Circe to restore his men and swear no further harm. But what followed is curious. He did not leave at once. Instead, he and his men remained for a full year, feasting, resting, and, dare one say, enjoying themselves rather more than was strictly necessary. Here lies another layer of temptation, comfort. After years of hardship, who would not wish to pause, to linger in warmth and pleasure? But once again, it was Odysseus who reminded his men, and perhaps himself, that their true goal was not endless banquets, but home. He urged them on, though Circe herself tried to delay them. If the lotus represented forgetfulness, and Circe's island represented indulgence, then Calypso's cave, encountered later, was the ultimate test. For Calypso, a nymph of the sea, fell in love with Odysseus, and offered him immortality if he would remain with her. Imagine that. No more storms, no more dangers, no more decay. To live forever, beloved of a goddess, free from suffering. Many mortals would have seized it gladly. And yet Odysseus longed for home. He longed not for eternal bliss, but for Ithaca, for Penelope's quiet strength, for the familiar stones of his hearth, for the mortality that was his. For in Greek thought, immortality was not always a blessing. To live forever without one's true place, one's true identity, was no life at all. Thus, across these episodes, we see a pattern. Odysseus is tempted again and again, not only by monsters and storms, but by the desire to forget, to yield, to settle for ease. And each time he resists, sometimes with cunning, sometimes with sheer will. It is this that makes him heroic in the Greek sense. Not perfect, not without fault, but steadfast in clinging to his identity, his duty, his longing for home. And what of his men? They were less steadfast. Again and again they faltered, eating the lotus, succumbing to Circe, slaughtering the cattle of Helios. In them we see the frailty of mortals, in Odysseus the determination of one man. It is little wonder that, in the end, he alone returned. One can almost imagine Homer's audience nodding knowingly as they heard these tales. For life itself was full of lotus fruits, chances to drift, to abandon toil, to forget obligations. The farmer might grow weary of ploughing, the soldier of marching, the mother of weaving. But to yield was to abandon one's name, one's place, one's very humanity. Better to endure, to remember, to strive. So, as Odysseus's ships pulled away from the land of the Lotus Eaters, with groaning men bound to benches to keep them from leaping overboard, one senses the quiet lesson. Memory is survival, and home is worth the struggle. Even in the face of sweetness, one must not forget. And from that tranquil but dangerous shore, they sailed once more into Poseidon's seas, carrying with them not only the memory of temptation resisted, but the heavy knowledge that far greater tests still lay ahead. If Odysseus's wanderings had already felt like a nightmare, storms, cyclopes, and soporific fruit, then his next trial was the stuff of true terror, a journey into the land of the dead. For most men, death marked the end of travel. For Odysseus, it was just another destination on the itinerary. The descent into the underworld is one of the most haunting episodes in the Odyssey, not merely because of the shades he encounters, but because it reveals the Greek imagination of death itself. This was no Christian heaven with harps, nor fiery inferno with pitchforks. The Homeric underworld was a shadowy place, a realm of murmuring spirits, where even the greatest heroes wandered without joy. For a warrior like Achilles to declare he would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead spoke volumes. Death was bleak, memory faint, and glory a thin consolation. But before Odysseus could enter this dim land, he had to prepare. It was Circe, that knowledgeable sorceress, who instructed him. After his men had feasted for a year under her roof, as one does when one accidentally overstays a holiday, she told him bluntly that his path home required counsel from the dead. Specifically, he must seek Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, who retained wisdom even beyond the grave. The journey began with sacrifices. Odysseus and his men sailed to the edge of Oceanus, to that misty boundary where the living world gives way to the shadowy realm. There he dug a trench, poured libations of honey, milk, wine, and water, and sprinkled barley. Then came the darkest part, the sacrifice of black rams, their blood flowing into the trench to summon the shades. In Homer's telling, it is the blood that grants the dead the ability to speak, as if memory itself were restored by the vitality of life. And so they came. First, the spirits of ordinary men and women, a silent crowd pressing forward, eager for a sip of blood to recover speech. Then figures of renown, mothers, warriors, kings. Odysseus, sword in hand, kept them at bay until Tiresias arrived. It is a chilling picture. A living man standing among the dead, surrounded by murmuring shades, his blade flashing in the dim light, the air heavy with the scent of blood and ash. When Tiresias spoke, it was not with comfort but with warning. Odysseus, he said, would indeed reach home, but not easily. Poseidon's wrath still lay heavy upon him. Worse still, if his men harmed the cattle of Helios, the sun god, doom would follow. And when at last he did return, he would find trouble in his own halls. Arrogant suitors feasting at Penelope's table, draining his stores, plotting to claim his throne. The prophet even foretold a strange journey after his return, to wander once more until he carried an oar inland so far that men mistook it for a winnowing fan, a sign that he had appeased Poseidon at last. Only then might he enjoy a peaceful death, old and full of years. This prophecy, solemn and heavy, gave Odysseus not comfort but a sense of inevitability. His path would be long, his trials bitter, but his homecoming certain. provided he resisted temptation and endured. Yet Tiresias was not the only figure to speak. His own mother, Anticlea, came forward, and here the Odyssey strikes deeply human chords. Odysseus had left her alive, but now she was among the dead. When he asked how she died, she replied simply, "Of longing for him." It is a moment of piercing sorrow. Not battlefield wounds, not disease, but grief and waiting that stole her life. For all his cunning and strength, Odysseus could not protect her from that. One almost hears the sigh in the poet's voice. Then came Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek host at Troy, whose fate had been grim indeed. Returning home, he was murdered by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. His words to Odysseus were bitter. "Never trust women," he said, "not even your wife." One imagines Odysseus listening uneasily, thinking of Penelope weaving back in Ithaca. Yet Agamemnon's caution was not entirely misplaced, for in Greek myth, betrayal within the household was a recurring theme, a warning that war's end did not always bring peace. And then came Achilles, the great hero, peerless in battle, who had chosen a short life with glory over a long, obscure one. Now, in the gloom of Hades, he admitted that glory was cold comfort. He would rather serve a poor man alive than rule among the dead. To Homer's audience, this was a striking reversal. The greatest of warriors confessed that death stripped all prizes of meaning. Yet when Odysseus reminded him that his son Neoptolemus fought bravely at Troy, Achilles brightened, proud even in death of his lineage. Memory again provided some balm. One by one, other shades appeared. Ajax, still bitter over the quarrel with Odysseus about Achilles' armour. Heracles, whose labours were legendary. Minos, the judge of souls. Each encounter layered new reflections on mortality, glory, and loss. It is a catalogue not of monsters, but of memory, a roll call of those who fought, who ruled, who loved, and who died. Historically, this episode offers us glimpses into Greek beliefs about death. Unlike later traditions of reward and punishment, Homer's underworld was a place of shadows, where all, noble or base, shared a common fate. There were exceptions: Elysium for a chosen few, eternal torment for figures like Tantalus and Sisyphus. But for the majority, death was simply dimness. The emphasis was not on heaven or hell, but on being remembered among the living. To be sung of by bards, to have one's deeds told at feasts, was to defy the oblivion of Hades. For the storyteller by the hearth, this passage also served another purpose. It linked Odysseus' tale with the larger cycle of Greek myth. By encountering Agamemnon, Achilles, Ajax, and others, Odysseus' story bound itself to the saga of Troy, reminding listeners that all these threads were woven together in one great tapestry of myth. As Odysseus stood among the dead, holding his sword to control the clamouring shades, one cannot help but sense his isolation. He was a living man in a land of the dead, a figure of warmth surrounded by cold. He must have longed for sunlight, for the crash of waves, even for the wearying trials of the sea. And yet he stayed until he heard all he must, until Tiresias' prophecy was secured, until he had spoken to his mother, until he had glimpsed the cost of glory in Achilles' words. Only then did he retreat, fleeing back to the ship, heart heavy, soul thoughtful. When his oarsmen rowed away from that dark shore, I imagine there was silence among them. Men who had fought wars and seen bloodshed now carried memories of the dead pressing close, of voices whispering in the gloom. Perhaps they rowed faster than usual, eager to feel the spray of seawater, eager to smell salt air instead of the stench of blood sacrifices. To have walked briefly in Hades is enough to make even storm-tossed seas feel like a blessing. And so, Odysseus left the underworld behind, but its lessons clung to him. Memory, duty, endurance. These were the themes reinforced in the Land of Shades. For the living, the task was clear: to act so that one's name would be remembered, so that even in Hades, one might find comfort in knowing the bard still sang. As his black ship slipped once more into Poseidon's domain, Odysseus carried not only the weariness of travel, but the weight of prophecy. Ahead lay Scylla and Charybdis, the cattle of the sun, the song of the sirens. Yet behind him, in memory, drifted the pale faces of the dead, a reminder of what awaited all men in the end. If Odysseus's visit to the underworld had shown him the bleak certainty of death, his next leg upon the open sea brought him face to face with something altogether different. The living hazards of temptation and terror, the sort that no funeral dirge could soothe. The Aegean and wider Mediterranean were full of reefs, shifting currents and storms, but the Greek imagination clothed these natural dangers in flesh, feather and fang. And so the myths gave us sirens to embody the lure of knowledge, and monsters like Scylla and Charybdis to dramatise the no-win situation sailors knew all too well. Circe, that dependable font of inconvenient truths, was the one who briefed him on what lay ahead. Having just helped him speak with the dead, she did not sugarcoat matters. In fact, her tone, at least as Homer presents it, is rather matter-of-fact, as though one always prepares houseguests by listing off monsters, whirlpools, and murderous cliffs. She warned Odysseus of three things: the sirens, whose songs no man could resist; Scylla, a six-headed horror that would devour men whole; and Charybdis, the great maw of the sea, a whirlpool capable of swallowing an entire vessel. For a modern listener, one might think, surely this is an exaggeration, the stuff of poetic fancy. But for ancient Greek sailors, these tales reflected lived anxiety. The Mediterranean, though beautiful, was also treacherous. Narrow straits, sudden storms, and strong currents made the sea as much an adversary as a pathway. Myth and reality wove together, and so the voyage of Odysseus became not only entertainment, but instruction, a reminder that the ocean's beauty is matched by its peril. The sirens, those infamous singers, were not fish-tailed mermaids, as later art would suggest, but part woman, part bird creatures, perched upon rocky crags. Their hybrid form echoed Near Eastern motifs of bird women linked with death and enchantment, and their irresistible power lay in their voices. They promised knowledge, not just beauty or love, but total knowledge of the world. For a seafaring people who lived by rumour, memory, and uncertain navigation, such an offer was intoxicating. To know all fates, all events, all histories, who could resist? Odysseus, ever the curious man, certainly could not. But he was also cautious, and Circe's warning still rang in his ears. He ordered his men to plug their ears with beeswax, softening it with their hands and pressing it into place, a sight that must have looked comical if not for the deadly seriousness of the task. Then, with the solemnity of a man preparing for temptation, he instructed them to lash him tightly to the mast, and no matter what he shouted, they were not to untie him. His men obeyed, no doubt, with the faint amusement of soldiers who rarely get to tie up their own commander. As the ship approached, the sirens began their song. Homer wisely does not attempt to give us the tune, for how can mortal poetry capture a sound that enslaves the will? Instead, he records the words. They hailed Odysseus by name, calling him glorious, promising him knowledge of all things under the sun. And Odysseus, true to form, struggled furiously against his bonds, straining to leap overboard, screaming at his crew to release him. They, deaf to his pleas, rowed on with grim determination, eyes fixed ahead. The ropes cut into his flesh as he twisted, but they held, and the ship glided safely past. Only once the music faded into silence did his body slump, spent and trembling against the mast. He had heard the sirens, but survived. The episode became a parable in Greek thought. The sirens embodied not just lust or danger, but the peril of unrestrained curiosity, the hunger for knowledge without discipline. Later philosophers would reinterpret them as symbols of cosmic harmony or deceptive pleasure, while medieval writers turned them into temptresses of the flesh. Yet in Homer's world, their menace was simpler and deeper. They offered wisdom that was not meant for mortals, a vision too powerful to bear. Odysseus alone among men heard their song and lived, but only because he bound himself first. No sooner had his ship escaped this melodious doom than the greater hazard appeared, the dreaded passage between Scylla and Charybdis. Mariners believed this strait, with its violent currents and rocky cliffs, corresponded to the Strait of Messina between Italy and Sicily, a channel notorious for its unpredictability. To sail through it was to face two perils side by side, each capable of destruction. On one side was Charybdis, the whirlpool, imagined as a monstrous mouth in the sea. 3 times a day she sucked down the waters and belched them out again in thunderous surges. Any vessel caught in her pull would be swallowed whole. On the other side crouched Scylla, half hidden in her cliffside cave. From her waist sprang 6 necks, long and snake-like, each ending in a savage head with triple rows of teeth. At a ship's passing, each head would dart out, snatching a sailor into the air and devouring him alive. Circe had advised a cruel pragmatism, better to pass nearer Scylla. She would take 6 men, no more, no less, while Charybdis might swallow all. The logic was sound, but it offered no comfort to a leader who valued his men. Odysseus must have wondered which 6 faces would be lost, which voices would be silenced forever in screams. Yet he had no choice but to steer toward her cliff. The description of the strait is one of Homer's most vivid. The sea roared and seethed, the air shook with the thunder of Charybdis drawing down the waves. Above, jagged rocks jutted like teeth, and the shadows of Scylla's cave loomed. The men rowed hard, muscles straining, sweat pouring, eyes wide with fear. Odysseus, in full armour, gripped his spear, though Circe had warned him it would be useless. Perhaps he hoped by defiance alone to shield his men. And then it came, sudden, merciless. 6 necks lashed out from the cave, 6 gaping jaws seized 6 men. Their screams echoed as they were lifted from the deck, flailing helplessly, calling their comrades' names. In a heartbeat they were gone, devoured before their companions' eyes. Odysseus wept openly, admitting later that it was the most dreadful sight he ever endured. He could do nothing. His cunning, his strength, his leadership were all powerless in that moment. Sometimes even heroes must simply endure. This harrowing passage struck a deep chord with Greek audiences. The sea was their highway, but also their terror, and Scylla and Charybdis gave form to the dangers of narrow straits and unpredictable tides. To this day, the phrase between Scylla and Charybdis endures, capturing the essence of being caught between two unavoidable dangers. Ancient vase painters depicted Scylla with serpentine bodies and dog-like heads sprouting grotesquely, while Roman mosaics gave Charybdis a monstrous face in the waves. These images served not just as decoration, but as warnings. The sea was never to be taken lightly. When the ship cleared the strait, the men sat silent, mourning their companions. The grief was heavy, yet so too was relief. They had survived, though diminished. Odysseus, his heart wrung, must have wondered how much more he could lose before he reached home. Ahead lay yet another trial, the island of Helios, with its sacred cattle that Tiresias and Circe had forbidden him to touch. Hunger and despair would soon gnaw at his men more fiercely than any monster. But that was still to come. For now they rode on, leaving behind the echo of screams and the memory of songs too sweet to bear. After surviving monsters and whirlpools, one might think Odysseus and his weary crew had earned a peaceful voyage, perhaps a calm sea and a favourable wind. But Homer, ever the dramatist, knew better. Greek heroes were not permitted to rest until they had been tested in every conceivable way. And so the next trial did not come in the form of a monster rising from the sea, but in something far more subtle and arguably more dangerous: hunger. The ship carried the men to the island of Thrinacia, sacred to Helios, the sun god himself. This island was not just a dot of land in the middle of the sea. In Greek imagination, it was one of those uncanny places where divine and mortal spheres overlapped, where every step risked trespass. Helios, unlike Zeus or Poseidon, was not a god to be taken lightly or ignored. His power was absolute and daily visible. He drove his blazing chariot across the sky, illuminating all beneath him. Nothing escaped his notice, which is rather inconvenient if you're hoping to sneak a bit of supper from his sacred herd. Odysseus had been warned not once but twice about this very island, first by Tiresias in the underworld, then again by Circe when he returned to her shores. Both warnings were explicit. Do not harm the cattle of the sun, no matter how dire the hunger. To do so would invite ruin, for Helios would demand vengeance, and Zeus himself would oblige. It was, in essence, the mythological equivalent of a "do not touch" sign, written in fire and thunder. And yet, as history has repeatedly shown, humans have a terrible habit of testing such signs, particularly when their stomachs are empty. Odysseus, at least, took the warning seriously. As they approached Thrinacia, he solemnly instructed his men to avoid the cattle entirely, reminding them of the fates that befell those who ignored divine warnings. His tone, one imagines, carried the weary exasperation of a man who has seen too much folly already. Yet leadership is not only about giving instructions, it's about keeping men alive long enough to follow them. And this, unfortunately, was where matters went awry. The weather, that most ancient of plot devices, turned against them. Zeus sent a storm that pinned the ship on the island for an entire month. The men built huts, rationed what food they had, and prayed for mercy. But as days became weeks, their supplies dwindled, and the gnawing ache of hunger began to twist their thoughts. Homer is careful here, reminding us that the human body, when deprived of food, can drive even disciplined men to desperation. It is no coincidence that ancient Greek culture regarded hospitality, the giving of food and shelter, as a sacred duty. To deny a man bread was to push him closer to dishonour, even madness. At first, the crew obeyed Odysseus's instructions. They hunted fish, dug for roots, even chewed on what scraps they could gather. But hunger is a relentless persuader. And eventually, while Odysseus wandered inland to pray to the gods for deliverance, or perhaps one might wryly note, to give himself a break from his increasingly irritable men, they conspired against him. Led by Eurylochus, that ever-sceptical voice among the crew, they argued that starving to death was a greater folly than offending the gods. After all, Eurylochus reasoned, better to die quickly at sea under Zeus's thunderbolts than to waste away slowly, gnawing on empty bellies. With grim determination, they slaughtered the cattle of Helios. The moment was not taken lightly, even by the mutinous crew. Homer tells us they performed makeshift rites, attempting to justify their act as a kind of offering. But one suspects this was more about easing their consciences than appeasing Helios. After all, roasting divine cattle is rather difficult to disguise as a sacrifice when one also eats the offering. The smell of roasting beef filled the air, a fragrance both delicious and damning. Odysseus, returning to the shore, was horrified. He knew instantly that the men had doomed themselves, and indeed Helios, who sees all, saw this as well. Enraged, he stormed to Olympus to demand retribution. The Homeric gods, we must remember, were not abstract forces of morality. They were deeply personal beings, quick to anger, proud of their possessions. Helios's cattle were not just animals, they were symbols of his dominion, his pride, his sacred right. To slay them was to insult the very order of the cosmos. Zeus, ever eager to maintain divine balance, agreed to punish the men. But he bided his time, for the gods often allowed mortals the illusion of safety before striking. For several days the crew feasted joyfully. They ate until they could eat no more, savouring what seemed like a reprieve from death. It is almost comical, in a dark way, to imagine their satisfaction, knowing what storm loomed ahead. One can almost hear Homer's audience chuckle grimly, shaking their heads at the foolishness of men who think they can outwit both hunger and the gods. Then, when the winds finally shifted and the ship sailed once more, Zeus unleashed his vengeance. Black clouds gathered, lightning split the sky, and thunder roared across the waves. The sea itself rose in fury, waves towering and crashing down upon the vessel. A bolt of lightning struck the ship, splintering the mast and tearing the hull apart. Men were thrown into the sea, their cries swallowed by the storm. One by one, they disappeared beneath the waves, until only Odysseus clung to a fragment of timber, tossed about like a leaf in a tempest. The punishment was absolute. Every man who had slaughtered the cattle perished, leaving Odysseus once more utterly alone. The scene underscored one of Homer's most enduring themes, the fragility of human life before divine will. No amount of courage, cleverness, or camaraderie can save those who flout the laws of the gods. In this, the story reflected a wider Greek worldview. The cosmos was not governed by fairness or justice in the modern sense, but by balance and reverence. To break sacred order was to invite disaster, as sure as night follows day. There is a historical resonance here as well. ancient Greek seafarers lived in constant dependence upon forces beyond their control. Winds, tides, storms. Sacrifices to gods like Poseidon and Helios were not empty rituals. They were expressions of both fear and gratitude. The slaughter of the cattle dramatized the ultimate taboo, consuming what belongs to the divine, and the consequences illustrated what happened when human desperation collided with sacred law. And yet, within this grim tale lies a very human note of tragedy. The men did not kill the cattle out of arrogance, as some heroes in Greek myth brought doom upon themselves by hubris. They acted out of hunger, a primal, desperate need. In that sense, their fate seems doubly cruel, reminding us that necessity itself does not absolve one of divine law. The gods demanded obedience even when it seemed impossible. It is little wonder that later Greek philosophers wrestled with such stories, questioning whether the gods were truly just or simply powerful. As Odysseus drifted on the wreckage of his ship, battered and alone, he must have pondered the irony of it all. He had endured cyclopes, sirens, whirlpools, and six-headed monsters, only to lose everything because his men could not resist a meal. His cleverness had saved him time and again, but cleverness could not fill their stomachs. Hunger, it turned out, was as deadly as any spear. The waves carried him onward, away from Thrinacia, away from the smouldering wreckage of his crew's folly. His journey was not yet over, far from it. Ahead still lay the nymph Calypso, who would keep him captive for years, and the final trials of Ithaca itself. But in that moment, clinging to a spar of wood beneath a storm-tossed sky, he was once more the solitary survivor, a man stripped of companions, adrift between gods and fate. The island of Helios faded behind him, its sacred cattle lowing no more. And perhaps, had he the strength to laugh, he might have thought that of all the perils he had faced, none was more dangerous than the appetites of hungry men. The sea has a strange way of alternating between cruelty and kindness. It had swallowed Odysseus's crew whole. It had torn his ship apart with the thunderbolts of Zeus, and it had left him drifting on a broken spar, battered by waves and winds. Yet the same sea that punished also delivered. When Odysseus, skin burned by salt, muscles aching, lips cracked, was finally washed ashore, it was not onto jagged rocks that would dash him to pieces, but onto soft sand, shaded by green groves, where he would find rest. He had reached Ogygia, the island of Calypso, though he did not know it yet. Homer lingers in describing Ogygia, and with good reason. This island is not just a backdrop. It is a character in its own right, a vision of paradise. There were lush meadows blooming with violets and wild parsley, fragrant cedar and cypress trees, birds singing sweetly among the branches. Streams of cool, clear water flowed into one another, trickling down to form a chorus of liquid music. Vines heavy with grapes curled around the entrance of a cavern where Calypso dwelt, their green tendrils catching the sunlight. To the ancient Greeks, whose lives were often marked by harsh terrain, arid soil, and uncertain harvests, such a place must have seemed a dream, an impossible oasis. And there within this paradise lived Calypso, daughter of the Titan Atlas. Her name, the Concealer, is telling, for she was fated to hide Odysseus away from the world. She found him on the shore, half dead and clinging to life, and like many nymphs in Greek myth, she felt an immediate pull toward the wanderer. She nursed him, bathed his wounds, fed him roasted meats and sweet wines, clothed him in fine linen. and she did more than heal him. She fell in love with him. Or perhaps, more accurately, she decided she could not bear to let him leave. What followed is one of the great paradoxes of the Odyssey. For 7 long years, Odysseus remained with Calypso. She offered him not only her affection, but immortality itself. If he would stay by her side, she promised, he would never age, never die, never see his body weakened by time. Imagine such an offer to a man who had survived Troy, who had seen companions cut down in battle, who had wept at the sight of men devoured by monsters. Eternal life in a paradise far removed from war and hunger might have sounded like a gift beyond measure. And yet Odysseus was miserable. Homer gives us an image of him sitting upon the shore each day, gazing out at the horizon, tears streaming down his face. Around him stretched paradise, yet his heart was chained to Ithaca. He longed for Penelope, for Telemachus, for the rough soil of his homeland. This longing is not incidental. It is the very essence of Nostos, homecoming, the central theme of the Odyssey. For the Greeks, to be cut off from one's homeland was the deepest wound of all. Here, Homer's genius shows itself. He reminds us that immortality, far from being an unquestioned blessing, can be a burden. To live forever in paradise without the things that matter most, love, family, the rhythm of a mortal life, is no true life at all. Odysseus preferred the fleeting span of human existence, even with all its hardships, to endless eternity without purpose. In this, he differed from many figures in myth who grasped at immortality. Tithonus, granted eternal life without eternal youth, withered into a shriveled husk. Others sought to become gods, only to be punished for their arrogance. Odysseus, by contrast, chose mortality, and, in doing so, revealed a very Greek wisdom. It is the limits of life that make it meaningful. But Calypso was not merely a captor. She loved him, or at least believed she did, and her island was both cage and sanctuary. One imagines her frustration as Odysseus wept day after day for Ithaca. She had offered him everything she could: food, love, even the defiance of death itself. Yet it was not enough. Love, when it demands surrender of the self, becomes a kind of imprisonment. Calypso's affection concealed as much as it revealed. The gods, too, watched all this unfold, and eventually it was Athena who intervened. She had been Odysseus's champion from the beginning, the goddess of wisdom and cunning who saw in him a kindred spirit. She petitioned Zeus to allow him to return home at last, and Zeus, after due deliberation, agreed. He sent Hermes, the swift messenger, with winged sandals, to carry the decree to Ogygia. Hermes' arrival on Calypso's island is described with characteristic detail. He found her in her cavern, weaving with a golden shuttle, the air around her filled with fragrance. It is an image that emphasizes her domesticity and her divinity alike, a goddess engaged in the timeless labor of women. When Hermes relayed Zeus's order that she must release Odysseus, Calypso was indignant. She accused the gods of hypocrisy, and with good reason. Male gods, she pointed out, were free to take mortal lovers, to father children with impunity, to keep companions as long as they pleased. Yet when a goddess dared to claim a mortal man, she was scolded and commanded to let him go. It was, she argued, a double standard. Her protest is one of the few places in Homer where a divine female voice challenges the inequities of the cosmos. Calypso's words resonate even today, for they reveal an awareness that the rules of the world, even the divine world were written to favour men. Yet for all her protest, she could not defy Zeus. Reluctantly, with wounded pride, she agreed to obey. When she told Odysseus, her tone was half bitter, half resigned. She framed it as her choice, though both knew it was the will of Zeus. Still, she did not hinder him. Instead, she gave him what he needed: tools to fell trees, an axe to shape them, augers to bore holes, and ropes to lash the timbers. With her guidance, Odysseus built a raft strong enough to withstand the sea. She provisioned it with food and drink, clothed him in garments fit for a traveller, and even gave him a favourable breeze at his departure. For a captor, she proved surprisingly generous in farewell. It is worth pausing here to consider what Ogygia represented to Homer's audience. Geographically, it was nowhere, a mythic place, perhaps imagined on the far western reaches of the world, beyond the Pillars of Heracles, where the known Mediterranean ended. Symbolically, it was the very edge of existence, a limbo between life and death, mortality and immortality. For 7 years, Odysseus was suspended there, not dead but not truly alive, caught between worlds. His departure was less an escape than a rebirth, a return to the mortal struggle that defined his existence. There is also a cultural lesson embedded in the tale. Greek sailors venturing beyond familiar waters often imagined islands of wonder at the margins of the sea. These were places where time seemed to stop, where gods mingled with mortals, where one might be trapped in luxury forever. To the Greeks, such places were as much warnings as fantasies. They spoke of the danger of forgetting one's purpose, of losing oneself in comforts that strip away the drive to return. As Odysseus pushed his raft into the sea, we might imagine Calypso standing at the shore watching him go. She remained behind, her love unfulfilled, her paradise once more empty. He carried nothing from Ogygia except the memory of her offer, and his refusal. He had chosen Ithaca over immortality, a decision that marked him as uniquely human, stubbornly loyal to his own mortality. The raft creaked beneath him, the horizon stretched wide, and the sea, as always, waited with new trials. Poseidon, still enraged, had not forgotten him. Ahead lay more storms, more suffering, and the final test of his endurance. But in leaving Ogygia, Odysseus reclaimed something vital: his agency. For 7 years he had been a passive figure, trapped by Calypso's love. Now he was once again the voyager, steering himself, however precariously, toward home. And so the island of Calypso faded into myth, both a paradise and a prison, a reminder that even the most beautiful cage is still a cage. For Odysseus, it was one more trial, one more delay. For us, it is a parable of longing, of the human refusal to accept comfort when it comes at the cost of freedom. In the Odyssey, monsters may terrify and gods may command, but perhaps the greatest danger is forgetting who you are and where you belong. At last, after years of war, wandering, storms, monsters, seductions and losses, the man of twists and turns was nearly home. Odysseus's raft, hastily built with Calypso's guidance, did not carry him far before Poseidon noticed. The sea god, still fuming that Odysseus had blinded his beloved Polyphemus, stirred up a storm so furious it seemed determined to crush not just one man, but the very idea of human resilience. The raft splintered, waves thundered overhead, and Odysseus was tossed like driftwood. And yet, as so often in his tale, just when despair seemed final, help arrived. This time it was Ino, a sea goddess of curious origins, once a mortal woman transformed after a tragic plunge into the waves. She took pity on Odysseus, rising from the surf with her shimmering veil, and advised him to abandon the raft and cling to her divine scarf, which would bear him safely to shore. He hesitated. Odysseus rarely trusted anyone, even gods bearing gifts. But when the mast cracked and the raft broke apart, choice was snatched away. Wrapping Ino's veil about him, he fought through the waves and at last crawled ashore on the island of Scheria, land of the Phaeacians. If Ogygia was timeless paradise, Scheria was civilization perfected, a vision of how the Greeks imagined a prosperous and just society might be. Its king, Alcinous, ruled with fairness, its queen, Arete, was wise and respected, and its people were skilled sailors whose ships moved as swiftly as thought itself. Here Odysseus would find rest, but also the means to complete his journey. Homer lingers lovingly on his reception. Exhausted, naked, salt-encrusted, Odysseus collapsed under an olive bush. In the morning, he was discovered not by warriors or kings, but by Nausicaa, the princess, accompanied by her handmaids. They had come to the river to wash clothes, a detail that reveals much about Greek life, for even royalty was not free from the domestic duties of the household. Nausicaa, unlike many of the women Odysseus had encountered, was both hospitable and modest. She guided him to her father's palace, advising him on how best to win favour with her parents. The palace itself is described in almost architectural ecstasy. Walls gleaming with bronze, doors made of silver and gold, orchards heavy with fruit that never ceased bearing. To the Greeks, such abundance must have seemed near divine, the kind of prosperity that bordered on immortality. And here, at last, Odysseus told his full tale. Up to this point, much of his wanderings had been implied, but now he recounted them in full. The Cyclops, Circe, the Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, Calypso. One imagines the Phaeacians listening, wide-eyed, as though hearing the very blueprint of myth itself. Alcinous, moved by his story, promised to help. The Phaeacians placed Odysseus on one of their magical ships, loaded with treasures, a generosity that would, ironically, doom them. For when Poseidon saw what they had done, he punished them by petrifying the very ship that carried Odysseus, turning it to stone as it entered their harbour. Thus, even kindness to the wanderer had its price. But Odysseus at last set foot upon Ithaca, though not in triumphal fanfare. Athena, ever his ally, cloaked him in mist and disguised him as an old beggar. Why? Because Ithaca was no longer safe. In his absence, suitors had overrun his halls, feasting on his livestock, wooing his wife, plotting to seize his throne. These were not noble rivals, but greedy opportunists, arrogant in their consumption and disrespectful of Xenia, the sacred code of hospitality. To the Greeks, violating Xenia was not merely rude, it was sacrilege, and the suitors had gorged themselves on it for years. So Odysseus crept into his homeland in rags, unrecognized by all but his faithful old dog, Argos. And here, Homer breaks hearts. Argos, once swift and strong, lay neglected on a dung heap, too weak to move. Yet when he heard his master's voice, his ears pricked, his tail gave a feeble wag, and he died, at peace at last, having waited 20 years to see his master return. It is a moment of devastating simplicity, a reminder that loyalty outlives strength. Disguised still, Odysseus sought out allies. He revealed himself to his son, Telemachus, who had grown into a man during his absence. The reunion between father and son is tender but strategic. They weep together, but soon turn to plotting vengeance. With Athena's guidance, they prepare for the reckoning. Penelope, meanwhile, remained the image of patience and wit. For 20 years she had delayed the suitors, weaving by day and unpicking her loom by night, promising to choose a husband once her weaving was complete. It was a clever trick, but even cleverness has limits. Now the suitors pressed harder, demanding she choose. She devised a final contest. Whoever could string Odysseus's great bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads would win her hand. The challenge was nearly impossible. The bow was massive, and only Odysseus had ever wielded it with ease. The day came. One by one, the suitors tried and failed, grunting and straining, the bow refusing their efforts. Then the beggar stepped forward. They laughed, mocked, even scolded Penelope for allowing him a chance. But Odysseus, calm, steady, strung the bow with the ease of a bard tightening his lyre. He notched an arrow, let it fly, and it sang clean through the line of axe heads. In that instant, silence fell, and then fury broke loose. Odysseus revealed himself, his disguise cast aside. Together with Telemachus and a few loyal servants, he slaughtered the shooters in a scene as bloody as any on the plains of Troy. Arrows flew, swords clashed, and bodies piled upon the feasting hall floor. When it ended, the violators of hospitality lay dead, justice meted out by the hand of the long-absent king. Yet even then, reunion was not simple. When Penelope finally faced Odysseus, she did not throw herself into his arms. She was cautious, sceptical. After all, many men had tried to deceive her. So she devised one final test. She ordered a servant to move their marriage bed into another room. At this, Odysseus cried out in protest. The bed could not be moved, for he himself had built it around the trunk of an olive tree, its roots sunk deep into the earth. Only he could know this secret, and with that, Penelope knew beyond doubt that her husband had returned. At last, after 20 years, they embraced. The Odyssey could end there, but Homer lingers. The suitors' families clamoured for revenge, and bloodshed threatened to plunge Ithaca into civil war. Yet Athena, descending in a blaze of divine authority, declared peace. Her word was final, for even vengeance has its limits when the gods demand closure. Thus, with order restored, Odysseus was truly home. What do we make of this ending? It is not the fairy tale resolution one might expect. Odysseus does not return to a throne untouched, but to a land scarred by absence, a family worn by grief, a kingdom unstable. The lesson is not that homecoming erases suffering, but that endurance, wit, and loyalty can survive it. For the Greeks, this was enough. Nostos was not about happy endings, but about the unyielding pull of belonging, the refusal to surrender to exile. The Odyssey closes with Odysseus, where he always longed to be, beside Penelope, in his own bed, within his own walls. Yet we sense that his journey never truly ends. Heroes of Greek myth are not allowed quiet retirements. They remain restless, marked by the trials they have endured. For Odysseus, the sea will always whisper, the gods will always watch, and the memory of wandering will always linger. But for one moment at least, he had achieved what seemed impossible. He had come home. So, the war was over. Troy had burned, its once proud towers now reduced to crumbled stone and smouldering ash. The Greeks had done what they came for. though it had taken 10 years, a wooden horse, and no small amount of divine interference. They stood victorious, weary and weathered, clutching the spoils of war and preparing for home. But of course no one ever said getting home would be simple. One might assume that after 10 years abroad, a warrior could simply board his ship and sail back to the comforts of hearth and wife. That was rarely the case. This was ancient Greece, after all, a place where the gods were fickle, the seas treacherous, and even the stars occasionally refused to cooperate. The journey home, or nostos as the Greeks called it, would prove just as storied and sorrowful as the war itself. Let us begin with the most infamous of these journeys, that of Odysseus. King of Ithaca, famed for his cunning, inventor of the Trojan horse, or at least the best PR for it, and very much unprepared for how long a simple boat ride could take when Poseidon was in a foul mood. You see, Odysseus made a rather unfortunate decision upon departing Troy. He didn't thank the gods properly. A small omission, but one that would stretch a short voyage into a 10-year odyssey. Poseidon, god of the sea, was particularly offended. It didn't help that Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, along the way. In fairness, Polyphemus had eaten several of his crew and didn't respond well to reasoned discussion. Still, the sea god was not the forgiving type. So Odysseus was tossed from island to island, seduced by nymphs, shipwrecked repeatedly, and even made to visit the land of the dead, just in case things weren't miserable enough already. But Odysseus was not alone in his troubles. The Greeks had split into various homeward-bound contingents, each facing their own ill luck. Menelaus, husband of Helen, the woman allegedly responsible for all this carnage, took a rather indirect route home. He wandered as far as Egypt, which, even by heroic standards, is rather off course. There he wrestled with the shape-shifting sea god Proteus, as one does, in order to gain the knowledge of how to appease the gods and calm the winds. This required holding Proteus tightly while he transformed into a lion, a snake, a tree, and a stream of water, before finally surrendering his secrets. There were no shortcuts in Bronze Age travel. Historical records, well, as much as we can call them that, do suggest that Greek sailors at the time weren't especially equipped for reliable maritime navigation. They hugged coastlines, avoided night travel, and interpreted weather patterns through a mixture of guesswork and prayer. Their ships were sturdy enough for the Aegean, but the open Mediterranean posed significant challenges. Add to this the divine meddling, and one can see why so many of these heroes took the scenic route home. Diomedes, one of the mightiest warriors of the war, fared little better. He returned to Argos only to find that his wife had taken a lover during his absence and was plotting to kill him. To her credit, 10 years is a long time. Rather than make a fuss, Diomedes fled to Italy, where he eventually faded into the vague mists of local legend, worshipped in some places as a minor deity. A rather anticlimactic ending for a man who once wounded both Ares and Aphrodite in battle. Nestor, the oldest and perhaps wisest of the Greek commanders, seems to have made it home without too much divine harassment. It helps, one suspects, that he kept his head down, said his prayers, and refrained from boasting about clever ideas involving wooden horses. There's a lesson in that. Agamemnon, leader of the Greek coalition and brother to Menelaus, did reach home, only to be murdered in his bath by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. but more on that particular bit of family dysfunction in the next chapter. Suffice it to say, the post-war glow did not last long for the house of Atreus. There was a curious sense in the Greek imagination that war never truly ended. Victory was merely the prelude to a different kind of suffering. The gods did not reward triumph with peace. In fact, they often punished it. Hubris, that quintessentially Greek concept of arrogant pride, was a capital offence in the eyes of Olympus. If a man returned home boasting of his glory, he was inviting divine correction. And then there were the storms. Natural, of course, but also supernatural. The seas between Troy and Greece were notoriously rough. The Hellespont, the Aegean, and beyond, all capricious, especially to ships lacking proper ballast or understanding of wind currents. The Greeks often personified these elements as gods or spirits, harpies, sea nymphs, angry winds. Because when your fleet is scattered overnight and half your crew vanishes, blaming an angry goddess feels more comforting than admitting you misread a cloud. The return home also meant confronting time itself. 10 years of war meant a decade lost. Children grew up without fathers, political alliances shifted, and thrones were not always waiting patiently for their former occupants. The journey was not just geographical, it was existential. These men returned not as heroes, but as strangers. This theme runs deeply through Homer's Odyssey. Odysseus longs for home, for Ithaca, for Penelope and Telemachus. Yet at every turn he's offered comfort, even immortality, by figures like Calypso. Still, he chooses hardship. The Greek mind revered the idea of nostos, but it also understood that one could never truly go home unchanged. The home you remembered was gone, and so were you. Meanwhile, the gods watched all this with their usual mix of boredom and caprice. Athena took a special interest in Odysseus, helping him occasionally when she remembered to, while Zeus played both sides as usual. Poseidon sulked, Hermes ferried souls to the underworld, and Apollo, who had spent much of the war firing plague arrows, returned to more musical pursuits. The war had ended, but peace was elusive. Even those who made it back without divine interference faced restless kingdoms and unruly citizens. Some were worshipped, others resented. The line between hero and troublemaker blurred easily. And what of the ships themselves? Ancient Greek ships, primarily pentaconters and biremes, were long, narrow, and powered by both sails and oars. They weren't built for comfort. There were no cabins, no galleys, no protection from the elements. Sailors slept where they could, ate cold rations, and relied on wind and muscle. Navigation was by stars, sun, and intuition. That so many even attempted long voyages is a testament to their stubborn optimism. Or perhaps their lack of alternatives. Many of the ships were lost, scattered in storms or dashed against unfamiliar shores. The sea claimed them silently. No epic poems were written for those whose names did not survive, but their ghosts, one imagines, lingered along lonely beaches and under wine-dark waves. In the centuries that followed, Greek poets and playwrights would return again and again to these post-war stories. The nostoi, as they came to be called, were an entire genre. The war was a given, brutal but glorious. The return, though, was where the real drama lay. That's where men broke, or bent, or found meaning. We're used to thinking of myths as grand, flashy things. Monsters, magic, climactic battles. But the Greeks understood that the quiet aftermath was where tragedy bloomed. The war ended with a horse and fire. But the real stories began when the sails went up, and home became a dream somewhere on the horizon. Even in the archaeological record, there are hints of this turbulent return. Many Mycenaean palaces show signs of sudden destruction around the same period: burned walls, toppled columns, abandoned treasures. Was it invasion, rebellion, or simply the long echo of a war that refused to stay on foreign soil? Historians debate, as they always do, but the myth has its own answers. The gods were not finished yet, so the Greeks sailed home, slowly, painfully, circuitously. They were shipwrecked, seduced, cursed, and forgotten. Some never arrived. Others returned only to find they were no longer welcome, and a few, like Odysseus, clung to the memory of home like a compass, trusting that however long the journey, there was still something waiting at the end. Whether there was or not, well, that's another story. So, let us now drift back into the murky waters of post-war homecomings. If you were hoping that at least one Greek king had a cheerful reunion with his family after 10 years away, I'm afraid you've wandered into the wrong epic. This is the tale of Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy, brother to Menelaus, and a man whose homecoming can be summed up in 2 words: unfortunately brief. Agamemnon had led the 1,000-ship fleet to Troy and played his part with ruthless efficiency. He sacrificed his own daughter to appease the winds, squabbled with Achilles over a slave girl, and generally made himself disagreeable to gods and men alike. He did, however, win the war, which you might think would count for something, but his victory came at a price, one that followed him all the way back to Mycenae, where his wife, Clytemnestra, was waiting. Now, the story of Clytemnestra is not a cheerful one, but she is often painted far too simply, as a vindictive woman with a grudge. In truth, she had good reason to be angry. Years before, Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure favourable winds for the Greek fleet. No warning, no consultation. Just a priest, an altar, and a quiet murder dressed up as a divine necessity. Clytemnestra, understandably, took it personally. While Agamemnon was away playing war hero, she had not exactly remained idle. She took a lover, Odysseus, a man with his own reasons to loathe the house of Atreus, and together they plotted. It wasn't just revenge, it was justice, retribution, and perhaps a bit of long overdue housekeeping. And so, after years of war and an arduous return journey, Agamemnon finally sailed into the bay beneath his palace, the bronze towers of Mycenae gleaming in the distance. One can imagine him standing on the deck of his ship, sun-worn and grimy, dreaming of a warm bath and roasted lamb. Unfortunately, that bath would be the last comfort he ever knew. In Aeschylus's Agamemnon, the king arrives with Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess he had taken as a war prize. Now, bringing home a captive concubine might seem a rather bold decision when your wife is already displeased, but Agamemnon never was known for subtlety. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo to see the future, but never be believed, saw exactly what was coming. She walked into the palace like a woman entering a tomb, resigned, poetic, and ignored. The bath was drawn, the robes laid out, and there, amid the steam and ceremony of a long-awaited homecoming, Clytemnestra murdered her husband with an axe, or perhaps a sword. The details vary, as myths tend to do. In some versions, she entangles him in a net before the killing blow. In others, he's struck as he reclines, utterly unaware. But all agree on the outcome. Agamemnon, war hero and king, dead in his own house by his wife's hand. It wasn't just personal, it was political, symbolic, even ritualistic. The house of Atreus had long been a mire of curses, betrayals, and bloodshed. Tantalus, Atreus, Thyestes. Each generation passed down a fresh scandal. Agamemnon's death was less a surprise than a grim inevitability. The Greeks, ever lovers of a tragic arc, saw this not merely as domestic drama, but divine rebalancing. You see, no crime went unpunished in the world of myth, especially not those committed against family. Agamemnon's sacrifice of Iphigenia had broken a sacred bond, and blood, as always, demanded more blood. Clytemnestra and Odysseus ruled Mycenae together for several years after the murder. By some accounts, they were competent, even prosperous rulers. But the shadow of what they'd done lingered. And somewhere far away, growing older in exile, Agamemnon's son, Orestes, was watching, waiting, and nursing a very different idea of justice. Before we turn to him, it's worth pausing to consider the historical underpinnings of all this myth. Mycenae was indeed a real place, an imposing Bronze Age citadel with massive stone walls and a commanding view of the surrounding valley. The shaft graves of Mycenaean kings, discovered centuries later, revealed a world of wealth, weaponry, and ceremonial grandeur. One grave contained a golden death mask, once romantically dubbed the Mask of Agamemnon, though the identification is largely wishful thinking. Still, the myths do seem to echo something real, that returning warriors found their homes changed, their families distant, and their power unstable. In many Mycenaean centres, we find signs of abrupt destruction or abandonment around the same time period, evidence, perhaps, of internal unrest or social collapse. It's not hard to imagine that some kings returned home only to face suspicion, usurpation, or worse. Back in the myth, Agamemnon's fate was only the beginning of a longer tragedy. Clytemnestra may have seen herself as an avenger, but in the logic of Greek myth, she was also a murderer. And the gods, as always, had opinions. Enter Orestes. Raised in exile, likely by allies of his father or sympathetic family retainers, Orestes grew up with one goal: to avenge his father's death. But here the myth gets deliciously tangled. To kill one's mother, even a murderous one, was not a simple act of vengeance. It was a spiritual crime, one that brought its own consequences. When Orestes returned to Mycenae, he did what he believed was necessary. He killed Aegisthus first, which no one particularly objected to. Then he confronted Clytemnestra. In some retellings, she pleads with him, bares her breast, reminds him that she gave him life. But Orestes, trembling with fury and fate, strikes her down. The moment is terrible, quiet, almost ritualistic. And then the Furies come. The Greeks called them the Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance who pursued those who spilled kindred blood. Black-robed, snake-haired, they drove Orestes into madness. He fled from temple to temple, seeking purification, but the Furies were relentless. Guilt in the ancient Greek mind was not a matter of conscience. It was an external force, almost a physical illness, stalking the sinner until justice was done. Eventually, Orestes found sanctuary in Athens, where the goddess Athena intervened. In a trial on the Areopagus, a rocky outcrop used for real-life criminal cases, she declared that the cycle of blood vengeance must end. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed by the promise of new rights and honour, became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It's a tidy mythological solution to the messy business of familial revenge. The story of Agamemnon and his family was endlessly retold in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus's Oresteia, Euripides' Electra, Sophocles' Electra. Each playwright offered their own shading. Was Clytemnestra a villain, or a mother driven to desperate justice? Was Orestes a hero, or a victim of divine contradiction? These were not tales with clear morals, but rather mirrors for the Greeks to reflect on law, loyalty, and the dangerous gravity of blood. From a cultural perspective, the myth encapsulated deep anxieties about power and homecoming. The idea that a king, triumphant abroad, might return only to fall in his own bath. It struck a chord. Greece was no stranger to political upheaval. City-states were rife with coups, assassinations, and shifting loyalties. The myth merely dressed these realities in poetic garb. And then there's Cassandra, the tragic footnote. Cursed by Apollo to prophesy truly but be ignored, she knew what would happen the moment they stepped ashore. In most versions, she was murdered alongside Agamemnon, either in the palace or just outside it. Her death, barely remarked upon in many accounts, adds a final note of melancholy to the tale. She had seen it all and still could not stop it. Cassandra's curse is one of those mythic touches that feels eerily modern. To know the truth and be disbelieved, there's something timeless about that. She becomes a symbol not just of doomed foresight, but of the loneliness that comes with clarity. The home of Agamemnon thus became a kind of mythological crime scene, revisited again and again by poets, playwrights, and priests. It was a cautionary tale, a tragic cycle, and a puzzle box of competing ethics. Was Agamemnon a villain for killing his daughter? Was Clytemnestra right to kill him? Was Orestes justified in avenging his father? Each answer led to another question. But for our purposes, here in the soft, slow hours of night, it is enough to say that Agamemnon came home and died. That a bath, which might have been warm and soothing, became a tomb. That behind palace walls, the real war continued, quieter but no less brutal. And that even kings, even the great and bronze-clad, were not spared the price of their choices. So the torch of vengeance passed from hand to hand, from Clytemnestra to Orestes, from gods to mortals and back again. And in the quiet corridors of Mycenae, the stones remembered it all. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit Odysseus again. But for now, let us rest in the ruins of a palace where the echoes of footsteps, long silence, still murmur their ancient regrets. Let us now turn to a man who, more than any other, came to embody the very concept of nostos, the homecoming. Odysseus, king of the modest island of Ithaca, veteran of the Trojan War, and possessor of a famously complicated relationship with the gods. His story, immortalized in Homer's Odyssey, is less a journey and more an endurance test, a 10-year sequence of delays, detours, distractions, and divine punishments. In truth, if he'd just taken the ferry and kept his head down, he might have been home in a week. But where would the poetry be in that? Odysseus had a reputation for cleverness. He devised the idea of the Trojan horse, after all, though how much of that was his idea and how much poetic license, we'll never know. Regardless, it was a decision that ensured the city's fall and secured his place in history, and Poseidon's grudge list. The trouble began shortly after he and his men set sail from Troy. The gods were, let's say, less than pleased. In some versions, Odysseus forgot to thank them. In others, he was simply caught up in the divine fallout of the war. Most notably, he had offended Poseidon by blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus. A necessary act of survival, yes, But when the giant turns out to be the sea god's son, well, you can expect choppy waters ahead. And so the long voyage began. One might imagine that the journey from Troy to Ithaca, roughly 1,000 kilometres, wouldn't take a decade, even in a boat powered by oars and optimism. But then, Odysseus had a particular knack for getting lost in spectacular ways. The first stop was the land of the Cicones, where his men made the classic mistake of raiding a village, overstaying their welcome, and being driven off by the locals. Not exactly an auspicious start. Then came the Lotus Eaters, a rather dreamlike group who offered Odysseus's crew a plant that made them forget all desire to return home. A tempting proposition that, and one might argue, more peaceful than anything that came after. Still, Odysseus, annoyingly responsible, dragged them back to the ships and sailed on. Next was the infamous encounter with the Cyclops. Trapped in a cave with Polyphemus, Odysseus introduced himself, cleverly, as nobody, got the giant drunk on strong wine, and blinded him with a red-hot steak. When the Cyclops screamed for help, shouting that nobody is hurting me, his fellow giants presumably shrugged and went back to napping. It was ingenious, really. Unfortunately, before sailing off, Odysseus made the crucial mistake of shouting his real name back at Polyphemus. This allowed the injured Cyclops to pray to Poseidon for vengeance, and Poseidon, being a rather involved parent, obliged. Now firmly on the god's naughty list, Odysseus continued his zigzagging path across the wine-dark sea. He stopped next at the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was surprisingly helpful, bottling up all the adverse winds in a bag and giving Odysseus only the breeze he needed. All would have been well, if only Odysseus's crew hadn't been quite so curious. Thinking the bag contained treasure, they opened it just as Ithaca came into view. The winds escaped, a storm rose, and they were blown back to square one. One imagines Odysseus briefly contemplating life as a shepherd instead. Then came the Laestrygonians, giants with a talent for smashing ships and eating sailors. Most of Odysseus's fleet was destroyed here, leaving him with just one vessel. It's the sort of incident that tends to dampen morale, though one suspects Odysseus had already adjusted to lowered expectations. From there, it was on to the island of Circe, enchantress, sorceress, part-time pig farmer. She turned his men into swine, as one does, though whether that was punishment or commentary is unclear. Hermes, ever helpful, gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly to protect him. With it, he resisted Circe's magic, and depending on the version, either threatened her or charmed her into restoring his men. He then spent a year there, comfortably ensconced in her company. A rather long delay, though Circe did have a very nice villa. But even Circe couldn't stall fate forever. Before he could leave, she told him he would need to visit the underworld and consult the spirit of the blind prophet Tiresias. It was the sort of thing Greek heroes were expected to do on long journeys, a little necromancy between islands. So, Odysseus sailed to the edge of the world, sacrificed a ram, and waited while the dead gathered round. Tiresias offered a grim forecast: hardship, loss, and danger. But eventually, if he was careful, Odysseus might reach home. He also saw the shades of his mother, Achilles, and Agamemnon, who, you may recall, had recently had a very bad bath. Emerging from the land of the dead with no small amount of existential baggage, Odysseus returned to Circe, who provided more advice. Avoid the sirens, she said, seductive singers who lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever the curious one, had his men plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, just so he could hear their song without succumbing. It was, admittedly, a very Odyssean solution. Practical, perilous, and just a bit arrogant. Next came Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster and a ravenous whirlpool placed inconveniently close together. Odysseus steered toward Scylla, sacrificing a few men rather than risk the entire ship. It's the sort of decision that ancient Greek leaders were expected to make without blinking, though one suspects there were some complaints from the rowing benches. At last, they reached the island of Phrynicia, where sacred cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god, grazed in peace. Odysseus warned his men not to touch them. They promised, and then, while he was napping, they promptly slaughtered and ate several. Helios, unsurprisingly furious, demanded punishment. Zeus obliged with a storm that destroyed the last of Odysseus's crew. Only the man himself survived, clinging to a broken mast, drifting aimlessly until he washed up on the island of Ogygia. Here he met Calypso, a beautiful nymph who offered him immortality if he would stay. It might have seemed like a good deal. No more storms, no more monsters, and an eternity of relaxation. But Odysseus longed for home, for Penelope, for Ithaca. Calypso, both tender and sorrowful, let him go, but not before 7 long years had passed. A different kind of imprisonment, that. Comfort without belonging. At last, with divine help, Odysseus built a raft and sailed once more. Poseidon, still holding a grudge, sent another storm. The poor man could hardly sneeze without attracting weather. He was eventually washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians, who thankfully turned out to be decent people. They gave him food, clothes, and a proper ship home. After 10 years of wandering, he reached Ithaca at last. But even then, the journey wasn't quite over. His home had been overrun by suitors, dozens of grasping, boastful men courting his wife and feasting in his halls. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus plotted his revenge. With the help of his son Telemachus, he strung his old bow and dispatched the shooters in a rather bloody finale. Arrows, spears, and poetic justice all around. At last, he revealed himself to Penelope. She, ever cautious, tested him with a secret known only to them, the construction of their bed carved from a rooted olive tree. When Odysseus answered correctly, she wept, and they were reunited. A quiet, hard-won reunion after 20 years apart. Now, what are we to make of all this? On one level, the Odyssey is an adventure, a tapestry of strange lands and strange creatures. But beneath it all lies something deeper, the fear of never getting home, the idea that time might move on without you, that home itself might change, or worse, that you might. Historically, the story reflects the uncertainties of ancient travel. Greek sailors had no maps, no compasses, and very little understanding of ocean currents. Storms, pirates, and unfamiliar coastlines were constant threats. To sail from one island to another could mean weeks of delay or permanent disappearance. The sea was not just a place. It was a personality, and usually a moody one. And yet Odysseus persisted, not because he expected comfort, or glory, or even survival, but because he believed in Ithaca, in Penelope, in the possibility that home, however distant or changed, was worth the journey. So tonight, let us sail gently through the Ionian breeze, past sleepy islands and forgotten shores. Let us follow a man too clever for his own good, drifting not in haste but in hope. Monsters may rise, tempests may howl, but the stars above remain quiet and constant. And somewhere, far across the sea, a lamp is burning in a window. Ithaca waits. Not everyone who fought at Troy ended up in an epic poem or on the side of a vase. Some heroes did not sail home in triumph, or wander famously for 10 years. No, some slipped into the margins, their stories quieter, sadder, and mostly uncelebrated. In this chapter, we turn to those figures, brave, flawed, and frankly unlucky, who survived the war, but not the peace that followed. First, let us linger a moment with Ajax the Greater, not to be confused with Ajax the Lesser, who will have his own inglorious exit soon enough. Ajax the Greater was a giant of a man, second only to Achilles in strength and battlefield presence. He was a tower of bronze and bellowing rage, fierce in combat and at times a little too proud of it. When Achilles died, slain by a Paris-assisted arrow to the heel, rather inconsiderate of him, there arose a question among the Greeks. Who should inherit his armour? It was no ordinary kit after all. Forged by Hephaestus himself, it glittered like fire and symbolised the might of the Greek war machine. Naturally, both Ajax and Odysseus laid claim to it. Now, Ajax had the stronger argument. He'd fought tirelessly, protected the ships, and retrieved Achilles' body under heavy fire. But Odysseus had the sharper tongue. In a public debate, essentially an early Greek talent show for war resumes, Odysseus spun a more persuasive tale, citing strategy, diplomacy, and the favour of the gods. The audience, swayed by words more than wounds, awarded him the armour. Ajax did not take the loss well. According to Sophocles and later mythographers, Ajax spiralled into a state of humiliated fury. At night, he planned to kill the Greek leaders responsible. But Athena, protective of Odysseus, muddled his mind. In a haze of madness, Ajax slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his enemies. When he awoke and realised what he had done, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of sheep and cattle, he was overcome with shame. He walked away from the camp, planted his sword in the ground, and fell upon it. A brutal, silent end for a man who had fought so loudly. There's something deeply Greek in this. The idea that the true wound is not death in battle, but dishonour in peace. Ajax was not killed by sword or spear, but by a loss of standing, of meaning. A hero without recognition is, in the Greek imagination, barely a man at all. The gods gave him strength, but they did not give him a second act. His death was mourned by many, but especially by his half-brother Teucer, an archer and a steadfast companion throughout the war. Teucer tried to give Ajax a proper burial, but Menelaus and Agamemnon initially forbade it. Proof that even corpses had politics in those days. Eventually, Odysseus himself intervened, arguing that Ajax, whatever had happened, was still a great warrior. A small act of decency in a war mostly lacking in them. Teucer, exiled for failing to bring his brother home, wandered off and eventually settled in Cyprus, founding the city of Salamis. Or so the legends say. It's a quieter legacy, no monsters, no divine wrath, just a man trying to put something in the ground that wasn't a weapon. Then there's Philoctetes, perhaps the most reluctant of the heroes. His tale begins not at Troy, but on the way there. He possessed the bow of Heracles, gifted to him as a reward for lighting the funeral pyre of the great hero. This bow, it was foretold, would be needed to win the war. Unfortunately, Philoctetes had a bit of a foot problem. At Lemnos, he was bitten by a snake, a minor thing in most stories, but in this case, the wound festered. It stank. It wept. It made the journey unbearable. His cries disturbed the other warriors, and his smell, well, apparently it was memorable. So, with all the empathy of a conquering army, the Greeks abandoned him on the island, leaving him with his bow, his pain, and a lot of time to think. For years he lived there, wounded and alone. But eventually, when Troy still refused to fall, a prophecy surfaced. The bow of Heracles was indeed required. Cue the awkward return of Greek diplomacy. Odysseus, naturally, was sent to retrieve the man he had once abandoned. He brought with him Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles, another man with a complicated father-shaped shadow to fill. Different versions tell it differently. In some, Neoptolemus wins Philoctetes over with honesty and kindness. In others, he tricks him, only to be overcome with guilt and return the bow. But in the end, Philoctetes is healed, either by divine intervention or Greek medicine, and brought back to Troy. He shoots the arrow that finally fells Paris, and thus completes his unhappy arc. After the war, Philoctetes' story peters out. He's said to have wandered, perhaps founding a city or two, but the myths don't linger on him. His fame, like many others, was tied to a single arrow. When that was loosed, so too was his relevance. And what of Ajax the Lesser? Ah, yes, not to be confused with his more honourable namesake, this Ajax was best known for committing one of the more appalling crimes during the sack of Troy. In the temple of Athena, he assaulted Cassandra, dragging her from the altar and claiming her as a prize. The act was a double outrage, not just against a woman seeking sanctuary, but against the goddess whose temple he violated. Athena did not take it lightly. Though the Greek leaders were divided on how to respond, some wanted to punish him, others looked away. They ultimately allowed him to sail home. It was a decision they'd regret. As his ship sailed through the angry sea, Athena called down a storm. Ajax, cast into the water, clung to a rock and boasted that the gods couldn't kill him. A bit of classic hubris. Poseidon, unimpressed, split the rock and drowned him. In the Greek tradition, no sin goes unpaid, and no arrogance goes uncorrected. Ajax the Lesser's name was blackened. His death was not heroic, it was a warning. Then there are the unnamed and half-named heroes, the foot soldiers, the shipmates, the men who bled and died in the margins. Greek myth, for all its grandeur, has a curious amnesia when it comes to the majority. We hear of their bravery in clusters, the Achaeans, the Danaans, but their individual stories are mostly forgotten. Only the elite, the sons of kings and favourites of gods, get a proper ending. Still, there are echoes. In the epic cycle known as the Nostoi, now mostly lost to time, there were once tales of the other warriors returning home. Men like Idomeneus, king of Crete, who made a rash vow to sacrifice the first living thing he saw upon returning home, only to be greeted by his own son. A story with echoes of the biblical Jephthah, and just as grim. And Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who fought for the Trojans but was killed in a blaze of poetic glory. His story is mostly footnotes now, a few lines in fragmentary poems. And Thersites, a common soldier mocked for his ugliness and impudence, beaten by Odysseus for speaking too freely. A rare glimpse of dissent in a world dominated by kings and demigods. History has never been entirely fair to its lesser heroes. Those who carried the spears, manned the oars, and kept the fires burning seldom earn verses of their own. But their presence, however faint, lingers in the background of myth, like the quiet hum behind a chorus. Archaeologically speaking, the Mycenaean period does show signs of wide-scale collapse around the time of the Trojan War's supposed end. Palaces burned, trade routes disappeared, and many of the great centres were abandoned. Perhaps some of the returning heroes found not the homes they remembered, but smouldering ruins and silence. For many, there may have been no welcome, no bed, no stories. And perhaps that's why the myths settled so often on grief. The Greeks knew that not everyone returned, and that some who did wished they hadn't. The Odyssey gives us the grandeur, but these lesser tales give us the sorrow. So tonight, as we drift through the quieter parts of the mythic map, spare a thought for the heroes who came back broken, or didn't come back at all. For Ajax, whose pride outlived his strength. For Philoctetes, whose wound became his exile. For the countless unnamed who marched to Troy and never saw their islands again. In the dark, between the waves and stars, their stories still float, unfinished, unpolished, but quietly, stubbornly present. If ever there were a face that launched 1,000 ships and exhausted 1,000 poets, it was surely Helen of Troy. Or rather, Helen of Sparta, depending on which part of her life you catch her in. Tonight, we sail away from the battlefields and burning walls, and follow not the warriors, but the women, beginning with Helen herself. When the dust settled and the horse had done its work, the city of Troy was ash and rubble. Fires still smouldered where palaces once stood. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt cedar and blood. In the ruins, women, noble women, priestesses, servants, were rounded up like cattle, the prizes of victory. At the centre of it all stood Helen, beautiful, mysterious, and ever the subject of debate. Some said she had willingly gone to Troy with Paris, bewitched by his charm and Aphrodite's divine meddling. Others insisted she had been taken against her will, a passive prize in a game of gods and kings. In truth, the myths offer no single answer. Helen was either a seductress or a scapegoat, or perhaps a woman simply trying to survive in a world that insisted on making her symbolic. Menelaus, her long-estranged husband, was among the warriors who stormed the city. One might expect him to have run her through with a sword. Instead, the stories tell us that when he found her, standing in her quarters, draped in silks, radiant even in defeat, he dropped his weapon. Overwhelmed by her beauty, his rage faltered. He led her away, not as a captive, but as a wife reclaimed. Or so the version goes. But it is worth pausing to consider what kind of homecoming that was. Helen returned with Menelaus to Sparta, but her reputation did not. In many cities across Greece, she was viewed as the cause of it all, the deaths, the fires, the decade of despair. Though poets might speak of her face with reverence, the common tongue likely preferred curses. And in the plays of Euripides and others, Helen is not a heroine, but a question mark. Was she guilty? Was she powerless? Or was she simply too beautiful to live in peace? In some version of the myth, a phantom Helen was sent to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt the entire time. This alternate telling, found in Euripides' Helen, was the ancient equivalent of saying it wasn't really her. It's a strange attempt at narrative redemption, one that raises more questions than it answers. but it does speak to the discomfort the Greeks felt about blaming a woman so central to their own self-image. Because if Helen truly went willingly, then she was a traitor. If unwillingly, then she was a victim. But either way, the war became hers to carry. As for Menelaus, his journey home was no smoother than anyone else's. He and Helen wandered for years, blown off course, landing in Egypt among other places. There, they were received by the local king, sometimes Proteus, sometimes another, who treated them with suspicious generosity. The gods were still sorting out the details. Eventually, they made it back to Sparta, older, wearier, and perhaps unsure what they had returned to. It's tempting to imagine them sitting across from one another at dinner, in a palace once full of laughter and song. Now they shared only silence, broken occasionally by the clink of goblets and the shuffle of memories best left undisturbed. In some myths, Helen became a goddess after death. In others, she was exiled, hounded by the Furies, or wandered alone through the mountains. One version even claims she ended her days in Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of a fallen Greek soldier. The myths rarely agree on her fate, only on her beauty and the trouble it brought. But Helen, for all her complexities, was not the only woman whose life was shattered by the war. Let us return to the ruins of Troy and speak of the others, those taken as spoils and shipped away to Greek cities where no songs were sung for them. First, Hecuba, Queen of Troy. Once a proud matriarch, she lost nearly all her sons in the war: Hector, Paris, Deiphobus, Troilus, and more. Her husband, King Priam, was butchered at the altar by Achilles' son. Her daughter Polyxena was sacrificed on Achilles' tomb. Her grandson, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was thrown from the city walls by the Greeks, so that he might never grow up to avenge his father. A precautionary cruelty, if ever there was one. And Hecuba? She was given to Odysseus, the most diplomatic of the Greeks, but one suspects even he found little comfort in her bitter company. In Euripides' Hecuba, she is transformed from queen to beast by grief. In some versions, she literally becomes a dog, throwing herself into the sea, howling. Myth has a way of externalizing suffering after all. If your sorrow is inhuman, you might as well become something else. Then there was Andromache, Hector's widow, a model of loyalty, modesty, and sorrow. She watched her child murdered and her city burned, and then she was claimed by Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles. It's a pairing that feels particularly cruel, as if the gods were scripting a tragic irony. The wife of the slain prince, now handed to the son of his killer. She bore Neoptolemus children, lived for a time in Epirus, and eventually found a kind of quiet life, marrying Helenus, another Trojan survivor, and ruling a small kingdom. But the shadow of Troy never left her. In the Greek world, women like Andromache were both revered and pitied, reminders of what war leaves behind. And what of Cassandra, that doomed prophetess? She had warned them, of course, warned her people about Paris, warned them about the horse, warned them about the fall. But Apollo had cursed her. She could see the future, but no one would ever believe her. The curse of clarity without persuasion, a poetic fate and a cruel one. When the city fell, Cassandra sought refuge in Athena's temple, and there she was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser, dragged from the sacred altar. For this, the gods ensured Ajax would never return home. Cassandra, meanwhile, was given to Agamemnon, taken as a concubine, a spoil. She travelled with him to Mycenae and saw the future again, his murder at the hands of Clytemnestra. Her own death, too. She entered the palace anyway, shoulders squared, walking toward doom with her head held high. In a way, she was the bravest of them all. To know what awaits and go anyway. Cassandra was not just a figure of tragedy, but of perception. In her, the Greeks saw the limits of knowledge. What good is vision if it cannot change the outcome? Her story echoes down the centuries, in every ignored warning and every dismissed truth. These women, Helen, Hecuba, Andromache, Cassandra, they remind us that the Trojan War was not just a saga of men. For every spear thrown, there was a wife waiting. For every city burned, a mother weeping. And in the aftermath, it was often the women who bore the consequences, who were reshaped by survival into something unrecognizable. In Greek drama, particularly the tragedies of Euripides, these female voices are given rare prominence. Perhaps because in their suffering, the Greeks recognized something more universal than glory. The men may have claimed victory, but the women remembered the cost. Historically, the treatment of captured women in ancient warfare was, as one might expect, grim. They were enslaved, traded, kept as concubines. The myths, for all their embellishment, reflect a painful reality. That in war, the fates of women were rarely their own. Their grief, however, became central to the Greek imagination. Even Helen, for all her elevation, remains a figure of ambiguity. She is honoured in some cities, reviled in others. She is remembered less for what she did, and more for what others did because of her. In Sparta, a cult of Helen emerged. Temples were built in her name. She became almost divine. Her beauty, her sorrow, her mythic weight, all transformed into ritual. There's something strange and slightly unsettling in the idea of worshipping a woman whose greatest legacy was a war. And in Troy? Well, there was no Troy anymore. The archaeological site we now call Hisarlik bears the layers of many cities, built and burned over centuries. Whether one of them was the Troy of Homer, we can't say for certain, but the ashes, the walls, the charred remnants, they are real. Someone's city burned. Someone's family was taken. So tonight, let us walk softly among the ruins, past the broken columns and the windswept stones, past the temple steps where Cassandra cried out, past the palace halls where Hecuba once ruled, where Andromache rocked her child to sleep, where Helen stared out over the sea, perhaps wondering what all the beauty had been for. These were not silent women. The myths may have tried to sideline them, but their voices echo, persistent and clear. They remind us that behind every war story lies another, quieter, lonelier, more enduring. And perhaps, if the gods are ever listening, it is these stories they remember best. Tonight we turn our gaze to a boy who entered the Trojan War at its end and departed the world not long after. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, grandson of Peleus, and great-grandson, on his mother's side, of a man called Lycomedes, who mostly stayed out of the epics. Neoptolemus came late to the war, but made a remarkable impression. In many ways, he was everything his father was, and, perhaps, everything he wasn't. Born on the island of Scyros, Neoptolemus was raised far from the clatter of spears and war cries. His mother, Deidamia, had once known Achilles before he was famous, when he was hidden away by his mother Thetis in an attempt to prevent his doomed fate. Dressed as a girl among the daughters of Lycomedes, Achilles in disguise found love and a son. as one does, apparently, during such awkward arrangements. But destiny has a way of tracking down those who try to avoid it. By the time Neoptolemus was old enough to hold a spear, the Greeks had been at war for nearly a decade. Troy still stood. The warriors were weary, and Achilles was already dead, felled by a poetic arrow guided by Apollo and shot by Paris, who, as we've noted before, rarely did anything without divine assistance. Now, a new prophecy emerged. The Greeks would not win unless they brought the son of Achilles to the battlefield, as if the gods, having taken the father, demanded the child in his place. So Odysseus, ever the recruiter, sailed to Scyros and fetched the boy. Neoptolemus arrived in Troy not as a soldier, but as a symbol, a vessel of inherited wrath. And indeed, he seemed to carry that wrath with great enthusiasm. While Achilles had moments of introspection, hesitation, even grace, Neoptolemus often lacked such subtlety. He was fierce, brutal, and quick to violence. Some ancient writers admired his decisiveness, others found it alarming. In the final days of the war, Neoptolemus earned a reputation both glorious and grim. It was he who killed Priam, the aged king of Troy, right there at the altar of Zeus. While the old man clutched the statue of the god, seeking mercy, Neoptolemus cut him down. No respect for age, sanctuary, or sorrow. The scene, immortalized in later Roman texts like the Aeneid, would haunt generations of storytellers. He also, according to some versions, threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the city walls. A practical act, the Greeks would say. A horrifying one, the rest of us might. The boy, after all, could grow into a man and seek vengeance. And so, Neoptolemus ensured there would be no next generation of Trojans. He was not content to end the war. He wanted to erase its memory. For his efforts, he received Andromache, Hector's widow, as a war prize. And so the woman who had once lain beside the Prince of Troy now found herself bound to the killer's son. A cruel symmetry, if ever there was one. They left Troy together, part of the Greek fleet limping home through unfriendly seas and discontented gods. Some were shipwrecked, others wandered for years, but Neoptolemus somehow made his way to Epirus, a land in northwestern Greece, and carved out a small kingdom there. The myths say he ruled wisely, perhaps mellowed by time and distance, or perhaps just tired. But the fates had not quite finished with him. In some versions, he travelled to Delphi, the sacred sanctuary of Apollo, either to seek guidance or demand justice. There, depending on which story you prefer, he either insulted the priests, desecrated the temple, or simply arrived at the wrong moment. Whatever the cause, he was murdered, either by the temple servants or by Apollo himself. Cut down not in battle, but at the threshold of the god who had once guided Paris's arrow into his father's heel. Poetic again, and deeply Greek. You see, Neoptolemus lived under the long shadow of Achilles, a father who was both legend and ghost. The Greeks were fascinated by inheritance, not just of blood, but of doom. To be the son of a hero was to be born halfway into a story already moving toward tragedy. Achilles had been complex, wrathful, yes, but also capable of mercy. He mourned Patroclus. He returned Hector's body to Priam. There was a strange nobility in him, a tragic beauty. Neoptolemus, by contrast, rarely paused to reflect. He killed with confidence. He ruled with force. And then, like so many others, he vanished young. But the Greeks did not discard him. They gave him cults, shrines, a hero's status. In some corners of the ancient world, he was worshipped alongside his father. Perhaps the Greeks, ambivalent as they were about violence, respected someone who didn't hesitate. Still, his legacy is uneasy. Even the playwright struggled with him. In Sophocles' Philoctetes, we see a different Neoptolemus, a conflicted boy, torn between duty and honour. Odysseus sends him to deceive Philoctetes, to steal the bow of Heracles. But Neoptolemus cannot go through with it. He is drawn to pity, to decency. It's a fascinating portrayal. Not the blood-soaked youth of Troy, but a thoughtful young man trying to make sense of a brutal world. It's hard to say whether Sophocles was offering an alternate version or a redemption arc. Greek tragedy, after all, often reinterpreted its heroes. What mattered was not the facts, such as they were, but the moral weight of the story. Historically speaking, Epirus did indeed have myths connecting it to Neoptolemus and his descendants. The Molossian dynasty, one of the more powerful Greek royal lines, claimed to trace its roots back to him. Through them, so too would Alexander the Great, whose mother Olympias came from that bloodline. Alexander, never one to resist a good myth, was quite pleased by the association. In this way, Neoptolemus lived on, not just in tragedy, but in genealogy. And what of Andromache, who followed him from Troy to Epirus? She bore him sons. One, named Molossus, would become the ancestor of kings. Andromache, so often portrayed as a grieving widow, was also a survivor. In some versions of the myth, after Neoptolemus' death, she married Helenus, the Trojan seer and son of Priam, who had also survived. Together they ruled a small kingdom, a curious echo of Troy on Greek soil. Her journey, from princess to slave to queen, was perhaps the longest of them all. She adapted. She endured. In Greek drama, she is often the voice of memory, of what was lost and what still hurts. The aftershocks of Neoptolemus' brief life rippled far. In Rome, Virgil gives us the Aeneid, where a wandering Trojan, Aeneas, meets Andromache in Epirus. She tells him her tale. A tale of ruins, exile, and quiet resilience. It is a sobering moment, buried in a poem otherwise full of triumphal destiny. Even the Romans, who admired conquest, seem to pause at her story. And then, as ever, there's the matter of legacy. Neoptolemus left no epics of his own, no Neotolia. He exists as a sequel, an epilogue to Achilles, a footnote to Troy. But in that short space, he managed to kill a king, win a city, and father a dynasty. Not bad for a teenager. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if he had lived longer? Would he have grown into a wise king? Would the rage have softened? Or would the fire that burned so brightly simply have burned everything near it? The Greeks were fond of such questions. In their myths, youth is often equated with danger. The young are full of force, but lack temperance. Achilles dies young. Patroclus dies younger. Neoptolemus continues the pattern. The gods, it seems, did not permit long lives to those who shine too brightly. Perhaps that's why Odysseus, older and greyer, survives his journey. Not because he is stronger, but because he is slower, more cautious, more cunning. The flame that flickers lasts longer than the one that blazes. So tonight, we leave Neoptolemus not in the blood-stained temple of Delphi, nor on the smoking battlements of Troy, but somewhere in the quiet hills of Epirus, a young man still learning how to wield a crown. Perhaps he stands at the edge of a cliff, wind tugging at his cloak, staring out at the sea his father once crossed, wondering if he is meant for more than war. or perhaps not. Perhaps his story ends exactly as it should. Brief, brilliant, and sharp-edged. A warning and a memory. The kind of hero whose fire lit up the sky, if only for a moment. There are homecomings, and then there are Greek homecomings, where the phrase "welcome back" is often followed by murder. And no tale of post-Trojan drama better captures this grim tradition than that of Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, brother to Menelaus, leader of the Greek forces, and, depending on whom you ask, either a victorious hero or a monumentally unlucky husband. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, the very inconvenient middle. Before Agamemnon ever set sail for Troy, he made what we might call a tactical error in the eyes of the gods. While preparing the fleet, he killed a sacred stag belonging to Artemis and then boasted about it. Now, if there's one thing Greek gods do not tolerate, it is mortals making noise about how clever or powerful they are, especially when they've just murdered divine wildlife. Artemis responded in kind. She stilled the winds, trapping the Greek fleet in Aulis. No sailing, no war, no progress. The solution, a sacrifice, a human one. Enter Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter. He lured her to Aulis under the pretense of marrying her to Achilles. The usual wedding lie. When she arrived, instead of a ceremony, she got an altar. The accounts diverge. Some say Artemis snatched her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Others say the blade fell. Either way, Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife and Iphigenia's mother, was not amused. Now fast forward 10 years. Troy is in ruins. Agamemnon is finally coming home, bringing with him not just spoils of war, but Cassandra, the Trojan princess and prophetess, as a concubine. Yes, quite the diplomatic choice. Bringing the enemy king's daughter and your own mistress home, after killing your daughter and being gone for a decade. Even Odysseus might have raised an eyebrow. As his ship approached Mycenae, Agamemnon would have seen the familiar cliffs and olive groves of his kingdom, the walls of his palace shining in the sun, and perhaps, just perhaps, he imagined a peaceful return, a soft bed, a hot meal, his people singing of his glory. What he got was Clytemnestra. While he had been off conquering, she had been stewing. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge, but Clytemnestra was nothing if not patient. She had also taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and a man with his own complicated family tree. This wasn't merely a matter of betrayal. It was lineage, revenge, and domestic theatre, all in one. According to Aeschylus, when Agamemnon arrived, Clytemnestra greeted him warmly, a little too warmly. She rolled out a purple carpet, a colour reserved for the gods, and invited him to walk upon it. Agamemnon, slightly wary, hesitated. Walking on such fabric was a display of arrogance, practically daring divine punishment. But eventually he relented and entered the palace. He never walked out again. There are several versions of his murder. Some say Clytemnestra lured him into a bath, entangled him in robes, and then stabbed him. Others say she used an axe, or perhaps a sword, with Aegisthus dealing the final blow. The details differ, but the outcome does not. The High King, triumphant in Troy, died naked and unguarded in his own home, cut down not by enemy swords, but by a vengeful wife and a jealous cousin. And Cassandra? She had foreseen all of it. She had seen the palace, the blood, her own end, but true to her curse, no one believed her. Even as she stepped into the house, she knew it was a tomb, and yet she went, calm, resigned, perhaps tired of always knowing what no one else could see. She was killed beside Agamemnon, her death adding a final insult to the Trojan tragedy. Now, to pause briefly for the historical note, Mycenae, as a real place, was one of the great palace complexes of the late Bronze Age. Walls of massive stone blocks, a lion gate still standing today, and shaft graves filled with gold. The Mycenaean rulers may have inspired the later myths, their splintered histories providing the backdrop for tales of ambition and blood. And Agamemnon. His so-called tomb was uncovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. A grand grave with a golden mask. The archaeologists remained sceptical about whose bones lay inside, but the poetry endures. Back to the myth, the murder of Agamemnon did not bring peace. It merely shifted the curse down a generation. For you see, Agamemnon had a son, Orestes, and a daughter, Electra. They had waited, grown up under the shadow of a murdered father and a mother-turned-monarch. In most versions, Orestes was sent away as a child for his safety, but the gods, or at least the playwrights, would not let him rest. Years later, Orestes returned to Mycenae. Like so many Greek stories, this too became a question of duty versus morality. Apollo had commanded him to avenge his father, but to do so, he would have to commit matricide, to kill his own mother. Even in the flexible ethics of myth, this was a dark and terrible dilemma. Orestes hesitated, but not for long. With the help of Electra, who had her own catalogue of grievances, he crept into the palace. In some versions, he killed Aegisthus first, then Clytemnestra. In others, he hesitated at the final moment, overcome by horror, only to finish the deed as she begged for her life. The result was the same. The house of Atreus, never particularly blessed, was awash in blood once more. But justice, in the Greek sense, never comes clean. No sooner had Orestes avenged his father than he was pursued by the Furies, or Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance. They hounded him day and night, clawing at his mind, whispering guilt into every shadow. He wandered, sleepless and raving, a man driven mad by the price of justice. Eventually, he found his way to Athens, where Athena herself presided over his trial. This moment, dramatized in Aeschylus's Eumenides, marks one of the first symbolic shifts in Greek literature. From vengeance to law, from blood feud to courtroom. Athena cast the deciding vote in his favour, and the Furies, pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. A tidy ending, though one suspects the family dinners remained awkward. As for Clytemnestra, she too lingers in myth, a ghost never quite exorcised. Some saw her as monstrous, a wife who betrayed her king. Others, especially in later literature, cast her as tragic, a woman who had suffered too long, too deeply to remain silent. Her act was unforgivable, yes, but perhaps also inevitable. Greek myth was never terribly interested in happy marriages. They were stories of passion, betrayal, revenge, the kind of things that made for good theatre and terrible family life. In Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, we see the collision of power and pain. A king who sacrificed his daughter for wind, a queen who waited 10 years to strike, and a son caught in the middle. Even the name House of Atreus carries weight. Atreus, Agamemnon's father, had his own scandalous past. He once murdered his brother's children and fed them to him at a banquet. Yes, a family dinner where the main course was revenge. The curse that followed them all, Agamemnon, Orestes, and even Electra, was said to have begun there, in blood and deceit. It's almost as if the Greeks were trying to tell us something about inheritance. To the ancient mind, families could carry curses as surely as they carried wealth. The sins of the father, and grandfather, and great-uncle were not easily forgotten. The gods might forgive. The Furies would not. And perhaps that's why the tragedy of Agamemnon strikes such a deep chord. It isn't about a king dying in war. It's about what happens after. The slow rot beneath the golden throne, the wife pacing the palace year after year, the child who must decide which parent to betray. There's a quiet horror to it. No monsters, no sieges, no divine thunderbolts. Just the simple terror of returning home to find everything waiting, and none of it good. Tonight, then, let us walk through the palace halls of Mycenae. The hearths are cold. The walls still smell faintly of cedar and blood. Shadows flicker where once kings dined and children played. Perhaps we hear the echo of Cassandra's warning, or the creak of purple carpets beneath sandaled feet. Here, in these stones, the past does not rest. It broods. So let the night fall softly. Let the torches gutter and the marble chill. And remember that not every victory ends in cheers. Sometimes it ends in silence and the slow closing of a door. After the siege of Troy had finally crumbled into dust and ash, the Greeks, those few who had survived the gods, the Trojans and one another, prepared to sail home. Some did not make it past the shoreline. Others would never arrive at all. And a few, like Menelaus, king of Sparta, would find themselves dragged on a journey so improbable that it would seem they'd offended not only the gods, but perhaps time itself. Menelaus, you'll remember, was the man whose wife, Helen, was spirited away by Paris, thus igniting a 10-year war of mud, blood, and badly timed prophecies. When Troy fell, and the smoke cleared, Helen was returned to him, though returned may be too neat a word for what happened. Whether she came willingly, whether she was taken, or whether she had simply grown tired of Paris and ready for the next chapter, we shall never know. What we do know is that she was there on the Trojan shoreline when Menelaus gathered his ships, looking every bit as lovely as she had when the war began. He, on the other hand, had aged. 10 years of siege can do that to a man. They boarded the same ship, perhaps sitting side by side in silence, with only the creaking of oars and the gentle accusation of memory between them. What does one say, really, after all that? So, where were we? Their journey home should have been swift. Sparta was not far, relatively speaking, but the gods had other plans. The Greeks had committed various crimes on their way out of Troy, looting temples, killing supplicants, desecrating sacred spaces. Athena, in particular, had been slighted, and her wrath hung over the fleet like a thundercloud. While some ships were wrecked outright and others scattered, Menelaus's took a more circuitous route, an accidental grand tour of the Mediterranean, if you like, with storms, shipwrecks, and sea monsters included. One of the more exotic stops on this journey was Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Now it might seem strange that a Greek king would end up in Egypt on his way home, but the ancient world was far more connected than it sometimes appears. Trade routes stretched across the seas, and foreign ports were frequented by all manner of adventurers, merchants, and evidently stranded kings with missing wives. In fact, some versions of the myth, like those found in Herodotus, suggest that Helen never went to Troy at all. According to that version, Paris was blown off course and landed in Egypt with Helen in tow. There, the Egyptian king, horrified that Paris had abducted another man's wife, promptly took her into protective custody. Paris was sent away, and the real Helen remained in Egypt throughout the entire war, while a phantom Helen, an illusion, was in Troy. It's a rather elegant narrative solution, really. If true, it means the Greeks fought a 10-year war over a cloud, literally. The gods, it seems, had a taste for irony. But in most versions, Helen did go to Troy, and it was during the return from Troy that Menelaus found himself in Egypt, with his real, and possibly somewhat awkward, wife beside him. There, the myths tell us, he met Proteus, a prophetic sea god and old man of the sea who could shift shape at will. Proteus was not the sort of being one simply interviewed. He had to be captured, physically pinned down, and held through all his transformations until he relented and spoke. And so, following local advice, Menelaus crept upon Proteus while he napped on the shore among his seals, yes, seals, and wrestled him into submission as he morphed into fire, water, a lion, a serpent, and various other alarming shapes. Menelaus held on. One imagines him swearing quietly throughout, until the god gave up and agreed to speak. Proteus, apparently impressed or simply annoyed, told Menelaus how to appease the gods and continue his journey. Sacrifices would be required, as always, and some divine grovelling. He also informed Menelaus that his brother Agamemnon had been murdered upon returning home. One imagines that news landing like a stone in Menelaus's chest. Victorious, yes, but at what cost? Eventually, with the proper rites performed and favourable winds at last, Menelaus and Helen continued their return voyage. It is said that their journey took 8 years in total. 8 years to come home to a city that had once sung their names, now perhaps quiet with confusion or resentment. And here's where the myth gets complicated. Menelaus and Helen resumed their rule in Sparta. Their homecoming, unlike Agamemnon's, was not met with knives. The palace gates opened, the hearth fires were lit, the people bowed, and yet something must have shifted between them. A decade apart. A war. A long sail through hostile waters. A marriage frayed by the gods themselves. In Homer's Odyssey, when Telemachus visits Sparta in search of news of his father, Odysseus, he finds Menelaus and Helen living in elegant domesticity, surrounded by servants, tapestries, and quiet luxury. Helen, ever the gracious hostess, offers potions to ease sorrow, pours wine, and reminisces about the old days. Her beauty intact, her memory selective. In one scene, she casually tells of how, during the Trojan War, she had once walked the walls of Troy and mimicked the voices of the Greek wives below, trying to lure the soldiers out from the belly of the wooden horse. A chilling little anecdote. Her voice, calling to them in the voices of their beloveds. Whether she did it in jest, or malice, or confusion, is left ambiguous. Homer, with his characteristic subtlety, lets the moment pass unjudged. Menelaus listens. He does not interrupt. Perhaps he's heard the story before. But Homer also gives Menelaus a unique fate. While most Greek heroes die bloody deaths or vanish into obscurity, Menelaus is rewarded. According to Book 4 of the Odyssey, he will not die at all. Because he is the husband of Helen, daughter of Zeus, he is destined to be sent at the end of his life to the Elysian fields, a sort of Greek paradise at the edge of the world, where the air is always mild, the sun never too hot, and heroes may relax without fear of divine punishment. It's an odd reward, given how much trouble he endured, but perhaps the gods felt he'd earned it. As for Helen, her later fate is as inconsistent as ever. In Sparta, she was worshipped after her death, or perhaps even before it. A temple to Helen stood there, and offerings were made in her name. Some said she had been taken to Olympus, made divine by Zeus himself. Others claimed she fled to Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of one of the Greek warriors who died at Troy, a bitter form of justice. And in some strange accounts, she even married again to Achilles himself in the afterlife, reunited in the Isles of the Blessed, where mythologies merge and old enmities are forgotten. But the Menelaus-Helen saga remains one of the most enigmatic. There are no great battles in their post-war tale, no wrath of Achilles, no suitors slain, just the slow, strange return of two people bound together by fate, reputation, and possibly very little else. And what do we make of Menelaus then? He is not the most glamorous of the Greeks, not the strongest, not the cleverest. He does not give stirring speeches or launch dramatic solo attacks. But he endures. He reclaims his wife. He survives the gods. He returns home. He is, in some ways, the everyman of the epic. Less radiant than Achilles, less sly than Odysseus, but steady. Slightly bewildered, often wrong-footed, but never broken. In the Iliad, he fights bravely but without glory. In the Odyssey, he rules with calm dignity. He is both cuckold and king, hero and husband. A man who simply wants his home, his wife, and a little peace. Which, given the state of the Greek mythological world, is quite the ambition. Historically, Sparta in the late Bronze Age may indeed have been the seat of a powerful ruler. Its later martial reputation, so famous in the classical period, was not yet fully formed. Instead, it was a place of trade, of sanctuaries, of richly decorated tombs. Menelaus and Helen, if they lived at all, would have ruled over a land of olive groves, river valleys, and slowly fading Mycenaean splendour. Perhaps they walked together in the evenings, king and queen of a world already slipping into legend. Perhaps they said very little to each other. Perhaps they had said everything during the war, and the silence was what came next. Tonight, then, let us drift with them on those endless Mediterranean waters. The ship gently rocking, the stars above foreign shores, Proteus shifting in his sleep somewhere beneath the waves, the long way home stretching onward, lined with omens and olive trees. And if the gods allow, perhaps, just perhaps, the sea will stay calm until morning. Some men return from war with scars and silence, others with treasure. But Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned with stories, a great many of them. Whether he embellished a bit along the way, or a great deal, is beside the point. Tonight, we join him not for his triumphs, but for his meandering, frequently interrupted, occasionally bizarre 10-year journey home. Because for Odysseus, the war was only half the problem. The rest was for everything else. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, begins after Troy, and it opens not with the king himself, but with his household in disarray. His wife, Penelope, is weaving and unweaving a shroud each night to stave off aggressive suitors. His son, Telemachus, is awkward, moody, and increasingly suspicious that his father is never coming back. And the kingdom of Ithaca is slowly, inevitably, becoming someone else's. But where is Odysseus? stranded as it happens on an island with a goddess. Her name is Calypso, and she is in no hurry to let him leave. For 7 years she keeps him in a kind of bittersweet captivity, offering him immortality, love, and a worry-free existence. He declines, which may strike you as a strange choice. Immortality and divine companionship are nothing to sneeze at. But Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is a man fixated on home. Even if home is full of suitors drinking his wine and eyeing his wife. Eventually the gods intervene. Hermes arrives with a message from Zeus. Let him go. Calypso, grumbling, obeys. Odysseus builds a raft and sets sail, only to be shipwrecked almost immediately by Poseidon, who still holds a grudge. The sea god had never forgiven Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. More on that shortly. He washes up on the shores of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, who are helpful, curious, and crucially enjoy a good tale. Here, Odysseus finally begins to recount what's happened since Troy. His adventures unfold in a long, winding flashback, a kind of dinner party storytelling session with a side of trauma. It begins with his first detour, Ismarus, land of the Cicones, where his men plunder a town only to be ambushed in return. A tactical misstep, if we're being generous. Next, the Lotus Eaters. Harmless, dreamy folk who offer his crew fruit that makes them forget everything, including the desire to return home. Odysseus has to physically drag his men back to the ships. It's the first hint that homecoming, for some, might not be as appealing as advertised. Then comes the Cyclops. Odysseus and his crew stumble upon the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd of considerable size and poor manners. They help themselves to his cheese and wine, rude, and are promptly trapped inside. Polyphemus begins eating them one by one. Odysseus, ever the schemer, tells the Cyclops his name is nobody, gets him drunk, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye while he sleeps. The next morning, when Polyphemus howls for help, the other Cyclopes ask who's hurting him. "Nobody," he bellows, and so they leave him alone. A clever trick, but one that comes with a price. As they flee, Odysseus shouts his real name back to the blinded Cyclops, because of course he does. Pride. It undoes many a Greek hero. Polyphemus prays to his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, and the sea god obliges. From here, it all unravels. At Aeolia, the god Aeolus gives Odysseus a bag containing all the winds, a rather generous gift. So close to Ithaca they can see the shoreline, Odysseus's crew, suspecting treasure, opens the bag. The winds explode, the ship is thrown back to Aeolia, and this time Aeolus refuses to help. Understandably. Next stop, Laestrygonians, giant cannibals. They destroy most of his fleet and eat quite a few men. Only one ship escapes. Then, Circe, a sorceress who turns men into pigs. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resists her magic and becomes her lover instead. They stay a year. It's becoming a theme. Circe eventually helps him with directions, but to proceed, he must visit the underworld and speak with the prophet Tiresias. Down he goes, offering blood and prayers. In the gloom of Hades, he meets the ghost of Elpenor, one of his men who fell off a roof. He sees his mother, long dead. He speaks to Achilles, who admits that he'd rather be a poor farmer among the living than a lord among the dead. Even the great heroes, it seems, tire of their own glory. From the dead, Odysseus returns to Circe, then sets off again. Next, the sirens. Their song lures sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever curious, wants to hear it. He plugs his men's ears with wax and ties himself to the mast. The song is haunting, irresistible, but he cannot move. and so they pass safely. Then Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster on one side, a deadly whirlpool on the other. They sail between the two, losing men to Scylla's snapping heads. It's not exactly a win, but it's better than total annihilation. Eventually, they land on Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. They are warned not to touch his sacred cattle. Odysseus insists they obey, but when food runs out, his men predictably slaughter the cows. Helios complains to Zeus, who sends a storm to destroy the ship. Only Odysseus survives. He clings to driftwood, floats for days, and washes up on Ogygia, the island of Calypso. And thus the loop is complete. Back in the present, the Phaeacians, moved by his tale, offer Odysseus passage home. Poseidon, still cranky, turns their ship to stone. But Odysseus at last sets foot on Ithaca. He doesn't announce himself immediately. Always cautious, always calculating. Disguised as a beggar, thanks to Athena's help, he enters his own palace and surveys the chaos. Over 100 suitors have taken residence, drinking, feasting, and pressing Penelope to choose a new husband. Penelope, for her part, has stalled brilliantly. She told them she'd choose once she finished weaving a shroud for Odysseus's father. Each night she undid her day's work. For 3 years they were fooled. Eventually they caught her. But still she held firm. A woman of quiet genius, Odysseus, still disguised, is mocked by the suitors. He endures it, waits, plans. Finally he reveals himself. By stringing his old bow and shooting an arrow through 12 axe heads, a feat no one else could match. Then he kills them all, every last suitor, with arrows, swords, and help from his son and a few loyal servants. The great hall of Ithaca is soaked in blood. The crime, in Homer's eyes, is not vengeance, but hospitality violated. These men overstepped, and now the reckoning has come. But even after this, peace is not guaranteed. The families of the slain suitors rise up, ready to continue the cycle. Athena intervenes. A fragile truce is declared. And finally, the home that Odysseus longed for becomes his again. Not just in bricks and walls, but in name and rule and quiet. Now the curious thing about Odysseus is that his tale doesn't end there. In some later traditions, Odysseus doesn't stay home. One version claims he grows restless and sets off again, this time westward, beyond the known world, seeking to find where the sea ends. Others say he was eventually killed by his own son, Telegonus, born of Circe, who arrives unknowingly in Ithaca and strikes down his father by mistake with a poisoned spear. A rather Greek ending, that, fated, ironic, and familial. But in Homer's version, Odysseus remains. Older, weathered, a king once more. Historically, the island of Ithaca, or rather, the various locations claiming to be it, has been the subject of much scholarly debate. Some archaeologists believe the Homeric Ithaca may not align with the modern island bearing the name. Others insist it does. Regardless, the Odyssey captures the essence of what it meant to be Greek in that age. To travel, to long for home, and to be wary of gifts from strangers. Odysseus stands apart from the other Greek heroes. Achilles sought glory, Agamemnon, power, Menelaus, perhaps, restoration. But Odysseus sought survival. He lies, cheats, weeps, hides, yet endures. He is flawed, brilliant, deeply human. The gods both love and torment him. The world resists him, but he adapts, he thinks. And slowly, painfully, he wins. And so tonight, let us rest beside him, our clever king, finally still. The storm has passed, the hearth is warm, The suitors are gone. Penelope sleeps nearby. The long oar lies in the corner silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Odysseus dreams not of monsters or witches, but of olive trees, and the smell of bread baking, and the sound of waves brushing softly against the shore of home. It is one thing to be the hero of a great war, quite another to be the son of one. If Odysseus endured storms and monsters, his son Telemachus faced a different kind of trial altogether. The quiet, grating kind of hardship that involves waiting, watching, and wondering whether your father is ever coming home, or if the songs sung about him are more flattering than factual. When the Odyssey opens, Telemachus is no longer a boy, but not quite a man. He is, to borrow a Greek word, nepios, still soft of chin and uncertain of purpose. He lives in a palace overrun by suitors, where the food is being eaten, the wine poured too freely, and the servants uncertain where their loyalties lie. His mother Penelope weaves in the day and unweaves in the night, stalling the inevitable. But time, like the gods, waits for no one. And so Telemachus is forced into an uncomfortable position. Half prince, half hostage, drifting through his own halls like a ghost of what should have been. No father, no control, only whispers of glory and an ever-tightening knot of expectation. Eventually, Athena, as is often the case when men are floundering, steps in, disguised as mentor, a name which would later be borrowed for the role of any wise advisor, though here it's quite literal. She encourages the lad to do something positively un-Greek. Talk about his feelings and make a plan. Telemachus, emboldened by divine pep talk, sets off on a small but significant voyage. He sails to Pylos to visit Nestor, the venerable king and veteran of Troy, and then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen are holding court in relative serenity. In both places, he asks the same question: "Have you seen my father?" The answers are vague, scattered. Odysseus is alive, perhaps, or dead, or something in between. But the journey itself is more important than the destination. For the first time, Telemachus acts. He steps beyond the shadow of absence and into the uncertain light of selfhood. Meanwhile, Odysseus is making his own belated return. When the two are reunited in Ithaca, it is not the tearful embrace of storybooks. Odysseus, in disguise, reveals himself carefully. Telemachus does not know what to believe. The man has been gone for 20 years. He has, perhaps, become more myth than father. But belief once lit is hard to extinguish. They scheme together, they strike together, and in the end they stand side by side over the corpses of the shooters. Father and son united not in words, but in shared purpose and spilled blood. Yet what happens after the vengeance? After the hall has been cleaned, the bow hung, and the island quiet once more? Here the stories splinter. In some versions, Telemachus becomes king after Odysseus' eventual death. In others, he leaves Ithaca behind entirely. One tradition, found in later Greek sources, claims that Telemachus marries Circe. Yes, that's Circe, the enchantress who once turned his father's men into pigs. In an act of mythological neatness, Odysseus' son and his former lover build a new dynasty on the island of Aiaia. Together, they have a son named Latinus, who, depending on your source, goes on to found part of Italy. The myth is fluid, as always, and the past has a tendency to loop back on itself in peculiar ways. There's also the tale of Telegonus, Circe's son with Odysseus. In one particularly ironic telling, Telegonus grows up unaware of his father's identity, sails off to find him, and accidentally kills him with a spear tipped with the venom of a stingray. In a gesture of mythical symmetry, he then marries Penelope, his father's widow, and Telemachus marries Circe. And so the entire family becomes a kind of mythological Rubik's Cube, scrambled, reconfigured, but somehow still functional. Let's take a moment to exhale. These tales, shifting and contradictory, are not meant to be consistent. The Greeks didn't worry about canon the way we do. Instead, they allowed their myths to breathe, expand, and change with the needs of each city, each poet, each generation. Telemachus, then, isn't a single character. He is an idea, a young man caught between legacy and identity, between the weight of his father's name and the pressure to make his own. Historically, the role of sons in ancient Greece was a serious business. Inheritance passed from father to son. The son was expected to honour the household gods, to maintain the family reputation, and to perform the funeral rites without fail. A man without sons was, in a sense, erased from the ongoing story of his oikos, his household, his lineage. Yet, as in myth, the position of sons was rarely simple. Take Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who we discussed in chapter 7. He avenged his father by killing his mother. Not exactly a tale you'd want performed at your birthday feast. Or Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who went to war after his father died, took a central role in Troy's final destruction, and eventually met a murky end, killed in some stories by Orestes no less. Greek myth is a tangled net, and everyone gets caught eventually. These sons often inherited not only lands and titles, but the consequences of divine feuds, ancestral curses, and badly timed oracles. For every golden shield passed down, there seemed to be a family ghost lurking in the vestibule. Even Aeneas, a Trojan rather than a Greek, fits this mould. The son of Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, Aeneas carries his aged father on his back out of burning Troy, a moving image that would echo down through Roman poetry. He is the dutiful son, chosen by fate to found what will one day become Rome. Yet his path, too, is laden with war, wandering and loss. These sons, like Telemachus, grew up not in the warmth of victory, but in the cold ash of aftermath. They inherited stories and wounds, and the knowledge that the age of heroes was slipping away, replaced not by peace, but by memory. There is something strangely modern about Telemachus. He is not interested in glory for its own sake. He is thoughtful, hesitant, observant. When Homer describes him in the Odyssey, it is often in quiet terms. He listens more than he speaks. He weighs each word. He watches his mother's sorrow and understands it without being consumed by it. He is, if you like, the transitional figure between the old world and the new. Odysseus is a man of cleverness, disguise, and decisive action. Telemachus is a man of reflection, diplomacy, and restraint. He stands at the threshold of myth and history, a figure shaped by the echoes of war, but not beholden to them. In this way, he speaks to the later Greeks, those of the classical period, who looked back on the Age of Heroes as a time of both splendour and savagery. Telemachus becomes a bridge, linking the impulsive blood feuds of the past with the more measured civic virtues of the present. And yet, he is still a son, still waiting for a father, still learning, as all sons must, that the man you idolize is rarely the man you get. Odysseus returns not as a shining hero, but as a weary, wily stranger who must be relearned, retrusted, reloved. Their relationship is not forged on battlefields, but around the slow rebuilding of a life interrupted. What remains of Telemachus in the end is not his name in epic songs, nor his slaying of suitors, nor his potential marriage to a sorceress. What lingers is the quiet dignity of his arc, a young man growing up in the long shadow of war, and finding, however haltingly, his own way forward. And perhaps that is the final message of these post-Trojan tales, that while the heroes crashed and burned in spectacular fashion, stabbed in bathtubs, drowned at sea, cursed by gods, their children carried on. They endured. They inherited not just the chaos, but the slow business of healing, of ruling, of remembering. For myth is not just the story of how wars are won, it is the story of what happens after. The rebuilding, the forgiveness, the inevitable forgetting. Telemachus, and others like him, remind us that every heroic age must end, and when it does, it falls to quieter hands to pick up the pieces. So tonight, let us imagine Telemachus in Ithaca, not the awkward boy scanning the sea for a sail, but the man walking the halls of a repaired palace. The roof mended, the suitors gone. The name of his father still spoken, but no longer clung to. Penelope weaving not in dread, but in peace. The wind outside is gentle, the stars indifferent. And somewhere in the corner, the great bow of Odysseus gathers dust. The age of heroes has ended. The age of men and memory has begun. Settle yourself now. Let your thoughts quieten like a tide going out to sea. Tonight, we turn to the beginning of a story that is as old as the rocks, the waves, and the thunder beneath our feet. The story of Poseidon, the god of the sea. But as with all gods in Greek myth, his beginning was not in calm waters, but in storms of family betrayal, cosmic power struggles, and just a touch of parental neglect. Poseidon was one of 6 children born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. The Titans, in the Greek imagination, were colossal beings, embodiments of primal forces. Cronus, his father, was the youngest of the 12 Titans, and he was not precisely what you would call a trusting sort. Having overthrown his own father, Uranus, Cronus received a prophecy of his own, that one of his children would one day overthrow him. In fairness, when your family tree is essentially one long chain of betrayals and coups, paranoia is rather understandable. So Cronus did what many ancient tyrants did when faced with the prospect of rebellion. He eliminated the competition. Unfortunately for his children, this meant swallowing them whole. Not symbolically, not exiling them or keeping them locked up in some tower. He literally swallowed them, one by one, ere they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon all found themselves swallowed alive. It was less a family home, more a sort of divine stomach prison. The Greeks loved these images of reversal and disorder. The womb replaced by a stomach, creation replaced with consumption. To them, it was more than cruelty. It was a reminder that order and chaos were always fighting for control of the world. Not every child met the same fate, however. When the youngest Zeus was born, Rhea had had quite enough of her husband's eating habits. She spirited Zeus away to a cave in Crete, and, in his place, offered Cronus a swaddled stone. Cronus, not being the brightest star in the heavens, swallowed the rock without suspicion. One imagines this made for a rather crunchy meal. Zeus grew to manhood in hiding, and when the time came, he returned to challenge his father. With the help of his grandmother Gaia, and a potion supplied by the goddess Metis, Cronus was forced to disgorge his swallowed children. Out spilled Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, alive and understandably quite cross about the whole business. From this peculiar beginning, the three brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, became the great powers of the cosmos. But before that division came the Titanomachy, the great war between the younger Olympian gods and the older Titans. Poseidon fought alongside his brothers in that cosmic conflict, armed with the trident crafted for him by the Cyclopes. Now, you might imagine a trident as a simple three-pronged spear, useful for spearing fish. In mythology, however, it was something else entirely. A divine weapon capable of shaking the earth and stirring the seas into fury. To the Greeks, who lived in a land regularly shaken by earthquakes, and dependent upon seas that could turn treacherous without warning, this made perfect sense. What better weapon for the god of the sea than one that could command the chaos of nature itself? When the war was won, the three brothers cast lots to decide their domains. Zeus received the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, fittingly, the sea. Some versions of the myth note that Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this division. After all, the skies seemed brighter and more glorious, while the sea was unpredictable, stormy, and dark. But to the Greeks, who depended upon the sea for trade, travel, and sustenance, Poseidon's domain was nothing less than vital. Without the sea, there was no Greece. It is important to pause here, because Poseidon's character makes much more sense when we understand the Greek relationship with the sea. Ancient Greece was not a single unified land, but a collection of rocky peninsulas and islands scattered across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and difficult. Travel by water, though dangerous, was essential. Every fisherman setting out in a fragile wooden boat, every merchant braving foreign shores, every army crossing to raid or conquer, all looked to Poseidon. But the sea was not simply a road. It was also a destroyer. A sudden storm could smash ships against the rocks. A calm wind could trap you in place until your supplies ran out. To the Greeks, the sea was alive, moody, and deeply unpredictable. And so they made sacrifices to Poseidon, hoping to soothe his temper. He was not only god of the sea, but also the earth shaker. This is another reflection of Greek life. The Aegean region lies in one of the most earthquake-prone zones of the world. Ancient temples, houses, and cities often collapsed under sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking geological science, attributed these quakes to Poseidon's trident striking the earth in anger. Thus, he was a god of double force, the swelling sea and the trembling land. Poseidon himself is an interesting character in the myths, powerful, temperamental, and proud. Unlike his brother Zeus, who was forever chasing after mortal women, or Hades, who stayed brooding in his underworld, Poseidon is portrayed as unpredictable, easily offended, and quick to vengeance. This suited his natural domain. Sailors never quite knew whether the sea would favour them or destroy them. Poseidon was the embodiment of that uncertainty. Yet the Greeks also saw him as a god of fertility and creation. His link with horses, an odd pairing you might think, until you realise that horses were the most powerful and prestigious animals the Greeks knew, gave him a creative side. The myth runs that Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and brought forth the first horse. He was both destroyer and giver of life, much like the waves that could drown you one day and carry your ship safely the next. In later myths, Poseidon takes Amphitrite, a sea goddess, as his wife. she was not especially eager at first. In fact, she fled his advances. But eventually they were reconciled, and together they ruled the ocean's depths. Their children included Triton, the merman with a conch shell, and a host of other beings who populated the sea in Greek imagination. But that is to skip ahead. In this first stage of Poseidon's story, what we see most clearly is the pattern of the Greek gods themselves. Born into violence, shaped by rebellion, and placed into roles that reflected the natural world around their worshippers, one cannot help but imagine, perhaps with a wry smile, what it must have been like inside Cronus' stomach during those years. Did Poseidon, Hades, and the others chat quietly while waiting to be freed? Did they wonder what had gone wrong in their family? It is a dark image, but the Greeks themselves often told it with a certain dry absurdity. After all, these were not tales meant to be clinical history. They were stories told aloud by firelight or at feasts to explain the world and to entertain. And in that sense, Cronus' poor digestion provided a very memorable beginning to the story of the sea god. If we step back from the myth and look at it historically, there is something recognisably human in these stories. In many ancient cultures, younger generations overthrowing older rulers was a repeating theme. The Greek myths gave cosmic form to this pattern. Just as kings and city-states rose and fell in human life, so too did gods replace their fathers and take their place. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades, therefore, were not just divine characters, but reflections of the constant cycle of power in the human world. And so, in this first chapter, we find Poseidon emerging from darkness, born of betrayal, freed from his father's belly, armed with a trident that could command the world's most fearsome forces, and given dominion over the restless seas. His story, like the waves, would rise and fall with tempests, rivalries, and uneasy peace. But before we drift further into the storm of his myths, the contests, the monsters, and the quarrels, we pause here, letting the sea rest in our imagination. The sound of waves, eternal, rocking us gently towards sleep. Poseidon has been born, and his trident gleams, ready to stir the waters of history. When we last left Poseidon, he had been rather unceremoniously swallowed by his father, spent some uncomfortable years in divine indigestion, and finally spilled back out into the world alongside his siblings. Hardly the most dignified beginning, but the Greeks rarely gave their gods smooth starts. Now freed, the children of Cronus faced a world still ruled by the Titans, the older generation of gods who had shaped the cosmos since the dawn of time. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles in mythology, the Titanomachy, the war between the old order and the new. It is difficult to imagine what such a war looked like, and perhaps that is the point. The poets and storytellers never described it with the neat ranks of mortal armies or the simple clash of spears. They spoke instead of elemental violence, mountains hurled like pebbles, thunder cracking the sky, rivers boiling, and the very earth shaking under divine feet. Poseidon, trident in hand, stood beside his brothers Zeus and Hades in this struggle, the three united against their father and his generation. It was no family quarrel. It was a cosmic reshaping, the passing of power from one age to another. The Cyclopes, grateful to be freed from their imprisonment in Tartarus, forged weapons for the brothers. Zeus received the thunderbolt, that great flash of divine authority which would forever be his symbol. Hades was given a helm of invisibility, allowing him to move unseen even among gods. And Poseidon, of course, received the trident. It was more than a spear. In the hands of a god, it was a device that could split rock, stir oceans, and send shock waves through the crust of the earth. To later Greeks, accustomed to tremors shaking their homes and seas rising in sudden tempests, the symbolism was painfully clear. The very disasters they feared were nothing less than Poseidon's weapon at work. The war raged for 10 years. For a decade, the cosmos was unbalanced, caught in a struggle between the Titans and the Olympians. Ancient poets told of the Titans hurling mountains across the sky, and of the Olympians fighting back with storm and flame. Poseidon's role is less frequently detailed than Zeus's, but we can imagine him casting his trident into the churning seas, raising monstrous waves to crash against Titan strongholds. And though the stories are myth, they speak to the way the Greeks viewed natural catastrophe. An earthquake that split the ground, a tidal wave sweeping away a coast, a thunderstorm roaring overhead. All of these were remembered as echoes of that first great war. Eventually the younger gods triumphed. Cronus and the Titans were cast down, bound, and hurled into Tartarus, that deepest abyss of the underworld. The world was theirs, but having won it, they faced the difficult question of what to do with it. Who would rule? How would power be divided? It is a question that has plagued victorious allies throughout history. One thinks of the division of empires after great wars, or the uneasy treaties between once allied states. The Greeks projected the same dilemma onto their gods. The Olympians could not all reign together in harmony. Such is not the way of myths. There had to be roles, territories, boundaries. And so the three brothers drew lots. To Zeus fell the sky, that vast realm of clouds, thunder, and sunlit heights. To Hades fell the underworld, a shadowy kingdom of the dead. And to Poseidon fell the sea, endless, unpredictable, and profoundly necessary. Some versions of the myth suggest Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this outcome. The sea, after all, was treacherous and unstable, whereas the sky seemed to glitter with brilliance and authority. Hades received a kingdom all his own, where no one could question his sovereignty. Poseidon's realm, meanwhile, was constantly crashing against the shores of his brother's domain, never quite still, never quite certain. Yet it was his lot, and from that moment forward, the sea belonged to him. Here, the myths touch something deeply true about Greek life. Unlike the landlocked peoples of other regions, the Greeks were bound to the sea. Their world was a scattering of rocky peninsulas and islands that stretched like stepping stones across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and awkward, but the sea offered highways, dangerous ones, but highways nonetheless. Every ship setting sail from Corinth or Athens, every fisherman daring the waves at dawn, every trader bound for Egypt or Sicily, knew they were placing themselves in Poseidon's hands. To live as a Greek was to depend upon the sea for life, wealth, and survival, and at the same time to fear its sudden moods. In Poseidon, they saw the embodiment of that paradox. Even earthquakes were tied to his name. The Greeks called him the Earth Shaker. Living as they did in one of the most seismically active regions of the world, they could hardly ignore the tremors that rattled their homes, cracked their temples, and toppled their city walls. Today, we may reach for geology textbooks and tectonic plates, they reached for myth. The ground quaked because Poseidon, restless, struck the earth with his trident. It was an explanation as terrifying as it was satisfying, not a meaningless accident, but the work of a god, angry or impatient. Poseidon's trident itself became one of the most famous symbols in mythology. It was often imagined stirring the seas into storm or splitting the ground with a single strike. Later art, from pottery to sculpture, never failed to depict him holding it proudly. It was, in a sense, his identity, as Zeus had his thunderbolt and Hades his dark helm. To the Greeks, gods were not abstractions. They were beings with visible, recognizable traits, and Poseidon without his trident would have seemed incomplete. Yet there is also a more curious side to Poseidon's new role. He was not merely a god of destruction. The myths often describe him as a giver as well. He was linked to horses, for reasons that might strike us as odd at first. But to the Greeks, who valued horses as symbols of power, prestige, and speed, the connection made sense. One myth tells that Poseidon, striking the earth with his trident, brought forth the first horse. Others describe him as a tamer of steeds, their divine patron. Perhaps there was some practical association too. The rolling waves compared to galloping horses, the sea imagined as a herd of creatures charging endlessly against the shore. What is clear is that Poseidon's realm was vast and complex. It was not simply the sea as water, but all that the sea represented: travel, danger, trade, fertility, destruction, and creation. His temperament matched it. Unlike Zeus, who clung to order, or Hades, who ruled in silence, Poseidon was moody. Sailors never knew whether he would favour them or wreck them. He was both protector and punisher, saviour and destroyer. In him, the Greeks saw the contradictions of their own world reflected back. The division of the cosmos into three realms also speaks to a larger Greek worldview. They believed in balance: sky, sea, and underworld, each ruled by a brother, none able to dominate entirely. It was a fragile balance, to be sure, but it was balance nonetheless. And within that framework, Poseidon was essential. Without him, the sea would have no master, no explanation. His domain might not have seemed as glorious as the sky, or as sovereign as the underworld, but it was unavoidable. The Greeks could not ignore the sea, and therefore they could not ignore Poseidon. One imagines, perhaps with a small smile, the moment of drawing lots. Did Zeus cough politely and suggest he had shuffled fairly? Did Hades sigh and accept his gloomy fate without complaint? Did Poseidon raise an eyebrow at the endless salt-water domain now laid upon him? Myths do not answer these questions, but they leave room for us to wonder. And the humour of divine family politics is never far from the surface. The gods, after all, were mirrors of human society. Brothers argued, power was divided uneasily, and luck played its role. With the Titanomachy concluded and the cosmos divided, Poseidon settled into his role. He would build a palace of coral and gold beneath the waves, populate his realm with sea creatures both wondrous and terrifying, and begin the long history of quarrels, rivalries, and adventures that would define his myth. But even here at the beginning, we already sense his nature. He is restless, powerful, and unpredictable. The sea made flesh, with all its beauty and danger. The Greeks, telling these stories by lamplight or in crowded marketplaces, must have looked to the horizon and felt the truth of them. The sea was never far away, and it was never tame. To explain its moods, To imagine a god wielding a trident and shaking the earth was not only poetry, it was survival. And so Poseidon, once a child swallowed in fear, emerged from war as a king, his throne set not in the sky nor in the earth below, but in the shifting, rolling, eternal waters of the world. When the cosmos had been divided and the lots drawn, Poseidon was given dominion over the sea. It was not the tidy realm that Zeus claimed in the heavens, nor the enclosed kingdom that Hades received beneath the earth. The sea was endless, shifting, and unpredictable. To rule it was to hold power over something that could never truly be mastered. It was a gift of majesty and a burden of restlessness. And perhaps this is why Poseidon came to be remembered as a god with moods as changeable as the waters he commanded. The poets imagined that he established his home in a palace beneath the waves, a hall of coral and gleaming stone with silver rooftops and gates of pearl. Dolphins played in its courtyards. Hippocamps, half horse, half fish, drew his chariot across the waters, and his son Triton blew a conch shell to calm or stir the tides. If Zeus's throne on Mount Olympus was a beacon of lofty authority, Poseidon's palace was a majesty hidden in the depths, mysterious and unreachable, like the sea itself. Of course, no mortal ever saw such a place. The Greeks described it as a way of explaining the unknown. What lay beneath the waves, in the vast dark that swallowed ships and treasures, had to be filled with something. And what better than the hall of a god, gleaming just out of reach? For sailors staring at the horizon, the thought of Poseidon watching was both reassuring and a little unnerving. His most famous emblem, the trident, was everywhere. To a fisherman it was a tool, but in Poseidon's hands it was no ordinary spear. With it he could raise storms, split rocks, or shake the earth until cities fell. Earthquakes, so common in Greece, were seen as his strikes against the ground. Storms that dashed ships against rocks were his anger, and a calm sea his fleeting generosity. Just as Zeus was never depicted without his thunderbolt, Poseidon was never imagined without his trident. It was the very essence of his power, as much a part of him as the waves themselves. But the sea was more than a destroyer. It was also bountiful. It gave fish to coastal villages, it linked distant lands, and it carried ships laden with goods. Wine, olive oil, pottery, and grain crossed the Aegean to enrich city-states. Homer himself called it the wine-dark sea, glowing with strange colours under the sun. The Greeks both feared and loved it, just as they feared and honoured Poseidon. This duality shaped Greek identity. Unlike the Egyptians, bound together by the Nile, or the Mesopotamians, whose rivers ran steady through their plains, the Greeks had no single river to unite them. Instead, they were tied together by the sea. Islands and peninsulas were like stepping stones, and every road eventually led to water. The sea was at once the lifeline and the danger. To worship Poseidon was not optional. It was a necessity of survival. His symbols went beyond the trident. Horses, for instance, were tied to his name. In some stories he created the first horse by striking the earth with his trident. In others, he tamed them and was their divine protector. At first, horses and sea gods seem an odd pairing, but the Greeks often spoke of waves as if they were creatures, white-maned and galloping endlessly against the shore. Horses also represented wealth and prestige, and dedicating them to Poseidon was a mark of respect. In fact, one of the stranger offerings made to him was the drowning of horses in the sea, grim, but thought appropriate for a god who ruled both land and water. Dolphins, on the other hand, softened his image. Sailors saw them leaping beside their ships and took them as signs of Poseidon's favour. While Zeus had his eagle and Athena her owl, Poseidon had dolphins, playful and loyal companions of the deep. In artwork, they swim beside his chariot or carry Nereids across the waves. They were proof that Poseidon could be kind as well as cruel, yet his myths often emphasized destruction. In one tale, he and Apollo built the walls of Troy for King Laomedon, only to be cheated of payment. Poseidon responded by sending a sea monster against the city. The story is more than a warning about broken contracts. It reflects the Greek truth that no city wall, no matter how strong, was beyond the reach of the sea. Flood, quake, and storm could undo stone more quickly than any army. The title Earthshaker shows just how broad his reach was. Greece lies on restless fault lines, and temples and towns alike were levelled by sudden tremors. The Greeks had no science of tectonics. They had Poseidon. His trident striking the ground explained what they could not otherwise understand. Sacrifices to him were made not just by sailors, but by kings and farmers, hoping to calm the tremors beneath their feet. Still, he was not always wrathful. Poseidon also granted calm passages, guided ships to safety, and blessed cities with wealth. His temples stood proudly across Greece, none more striking than the one at Cape Sunion. Even today, its white columns rise over the sea, visible for miles to sailors approaching Athens. Imagine an ancient crew spotting those columns at dawn, weary, hungry, and suddenly reminded that the god of the sea had not forgotten them. The humour of his character lies in his moods. Sailors might offer sacrifices, pour out wine, and beg for favour, but ultimately it depended on whether Poseidon was in the mood to be generous. Did he wake gently, stirring only a mild breeze? Or did some slight, perhaps a forgotten offering, or simply poor timing, provoke him to whip up a storm? His nature was as uncertain as the waters he ruled. In myth, Poseidon rode in a chariot drawn by seahorses, the waters parting before him. Wherever he passed, the waves fell silent, awed by his presence. It is a stirring image, the god not struggling against the sea but gliding above it in full command. For mortals, always vulnerable to sudden winds and treacherous currents, the idea of such mastery was deeply compelling. Yet the myths remind us that only Poseidon held that power. Mortals might survive by luck or prayer, but they could never control the waves. His realm was therefore a paradox. His palace glittered beneath the waves, yet his trident could topple cities. His dolphins were playful, yet his earthquakes deadly. He could bless with calm or destroy with flood. In him, the Greeks saw the sea made flesh, dangerous, beautiful, and utterly beyond control. For the Greeks, every sound of waves against the rocks, every tremor of the earth, every sudden storm was a reminder of Poseidon's presence. To live with the sea at your doorstep was to live with the awareness of him. His power was not distant or abstract. It was immediate and unavoidable. And so, whether they prayed at his temples, carved tridents on their ships, or simply looked out to the horizon with respect, the Greeks never forgot the god of the sea, and as the waves rolled on, endlessly upon the shore, they believed they were hearing his voice, sometimes gentle, sometimes furious, but always alive. it meant that the world itself was breathing, and that a god moved restlessly within it. If Poseidon was lord of the sea, he was also master of quarrels. Few gods in Greek mythology were so quick to anger, or so reluctant to let a grudge fade. He carried himself with pride, and where pride led, arguments often followed. Among his many rivalries, and there were many, none is more famous or more revealing of the Greek imagination than his contest with Athena for the patronage of a city that would one day be called Athens. The setting of the story was the rocky land of Attica, a region without a god to call its protector. Its people, so the myth tells us, wished for a divine patron who would safeguard them, enrich them, and bless their city with prosperity. Two gods stepped forward, each eager to claim the prize. Poseidon, lord of the sea, with his trident and his rolling waves, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, skill, and strategy. Both were powerful, both ambitious, and both unwilling to yield. The quarrel had to be resolved through a contest, and the prize was nothing less than the heart of a people. Poseidon struck first, as suited his nature. He strode to the rocky Acropolis, and with a mighty blow of his trident, split the stone. From the cleft gushed forth a spring of water, bubbling up in dazzling display. The crowd of mortals gasped. Surely this was a gift beyond imagining, a source of life sprung from bare rock. But when they tasted it, their awe turned to confusion. The water was salty, briny as the sea itself. Dramatic, yes, spectacular certainly, but not especially useful for drinking or farming. In a land where every drop of fresh water mattered, Poseidon's gift was impressive to look at and disappointing to use. It was, in short, a very Poseidon gesture, magnificent but impractical. Then it was Athena's turn. She stepped forward, calm and deliberate, and planted a seed in the ground. From it grew a tree, the first olive. Its leaves shimmered silver green in the sunlight, and its fruit promised food, oil, and wood. Modest compared to a gushing spring, yet infinitely more valuable. Olives could feed a household, oil could burn in lamps to light the night, and the wood could be shaped into tools and vessels. More than that, olive oil could be traded across seas, bringing wealth and influence to a people who possessed it. Athena's gift was quiet, humble, and practical, a gift for the long term, not the moment. The people judged Athena's offering superior. The city was named Athens in her honour, not Poseidonia. The goddess of wisdom became its patron, and the olive tree its symbol. Poseidon, however, was not a god to accept defeat gracefully. In some versions, enraged by his loss, he flooded the Attic plain in vengeance, sending waves across the land to remind mortals of the power they had slighted. In others, he withdrew in silence, storing the memory of the insult for centuries to come. One imagines him muttering darkly to himself, perhaps wondering why mortals preferred trees to salt water, as though such things were remotely comparable. The story has often been told with a touch of humour, and perhaps that is part of its appeal. Poseidon's gift was showy but impractical, while Athena's was simple and essential. The myth reflects a choice of values. Athens prided itself on wisdom, foresight, and strategy, qualities Athena embodied. Poseidon's salty spring symbolized brute force, tempestuous power, and sudden spectacle. The Athenians admired these qualities in sailors and warriors, but they did not wish them to define their city's soul. Yet the contest also reveals a deeper truth. Athens may have chosen Athena, but it could not ignore Poseidon. The city depended on both gods in different ways. Athena's olive trees covered the land of Attica, providing sustenance and trade. Amphorae of oil, stamped with Athenian symbols, travelled across the Mediterranean. Olive oil was poured out in sacrifices, rubbed onto the bodies of athletes, and stored in jars as wealth itself. Without Athena's tree, Athens would not have thrived. But Athens also lived by the sea. The port of Piraeus bustled with ships bringing grain from Egypt, timber from Macedonia, and goods from far-off lands. In the classical age, the Athenian navy ruled the Aegean. Swift triremes, rowed by citizens in tight ranks, carried the city's influence across the waters. Themistocles, one of Athens' shrewdest leaders, once argued that the salvation of the city lay not in its walls but in its fleet. And he was right. It was the ships that turned Athens into a naval empire, the sea that gave it power to face Persia, and Poseidon's realm that bore those ships forward. In that sense, the myth of the contest is less about victory and defeat, and more about balance. Athena gave Athens its mind, its strategy, its symbol of peace and prosperity. Poseidon gave it its reach, its ships, its power over the Aegean. The Athenians may have laughed at the saltwater spring and praised the olive, but they never neglected sacrifices to the sea god. His temple stood proudly at Sunion and other headlands, his name invoked whenever a voyage began. The city honoured Athena above all, but it never forgot that Poseidon was waiting, restless and moody, just beyond the horizon. The myth also connects directly to the landscape. On the Acropolis itself, visitors could see an ancient olive tree said to be the very one Athena had planted, and nearby was a saltwater pool called the Sea of Erechtheus, believed to be the mark of Poseidon's trident. These physical features were woven into the story. Myth was not distant fantasy, but part of the very ground underfoot. To stand on the Acropolis was to stand at the place where gods had struck the earth. The tree and the spring were proof, living and eternal, that Athens was shaped by both Athena and Poseidon. Historically, the choice of Athena also made sense. Olive trees grew naturally in the stony soil of Attica, thriving where other crops failed. They endured drought, lived for centuries, and became symbols of endurance. The Athenians built their wealth on olive oil, trading it for grain and goods. To them, Athena's gift was not just a myth, but an explanation of their fortune. Poseidon's spring, by contrast, represented the other half of their reality. The sea, endless and salty, dangerous but necessary. The myth encapsulated the dual identity of Athens, land of wisdom and craft, yet always tied to the sea. Poseidon's quarrel with Athena did not end there. The rivalry continued in the myths of kings and heroes. Some versions tell that Erechtheus, an early king of Athens, fought against Poseidon's son Eumolpus, who claimed the land by right. Their battle ended with Erechtheus's death, and the Athenians built him a tomb on the Acropolis itself, near the salt spring of Poseidon. Thus, their rivalry was not only divine, but political, shaping stories of kingship and succession. And Poseidon, being who he was, found rivals elsewhere too. He fought Hera for Argos, Apollo for Delphi, even Zeus for the island of Aegina. He seemed unwilling to stay within his boundaries, forever eager to assert himself. But nowhere was his rivalry so symbolic as in Athens. There, Athena's victory became a story told for generations, a reminder of what the city valued most. Still, one cannot help but smile at the irony. Athens declared itself the city of Athena, yet it built a fleet that depended on Poseidon. It crowned victors with olive wreaths, yet its empire was forged on the sea. In a way, the city lived in constant negotiation between the two gods, just as the myth described. Wisdom and sea power, olive and salt, land and water. Athens was shaped by all of them. The rivalry, then, is not only a story of defeat, but of coexistence. The olive tree grew, the salt spring bubbled, and both were sacred. Athena may have been chosen, but Poseidon left his mark as well. His trident struck the rock, and the scar remained. Athena's tree offered peace, but the restless sea was never far away. The Athenians understood that their city needed both. And so, in this chapter of Poseidon's tale, we see him not only as lord of waves and shaker of the earth, but as a god whose pride could shape the fate of cities. His rivalry with Athena was not forgotten, for it was etched into stone, soil, and story. He may have lost the Acropolis, but he gained something else. A permanent place in the identity of Athens as rival, neighbour, and ever-present reminder of the sea's power. When one imagines Poseidon, it is natural to think of waves crashing against the shore, or of earthquakes shaking the earth. Yet the myths also remember him in quieter moments, not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. Strangely enough, one of his most famous tales is not about storms or shipwrecks, but about walls, city walls to be exact. It is the story of Troy before the Trojan War, when Poseidon, the earth-shaker himself, put his hand to construction. The tale begins with a slight against the gods, for most of these stories do. King Laomedon ruled Troy in those days, and like many mortal kings, he was proud, ambitious, and not always wise when it came to dealing with immortals. In some accounts, he offended Zeus by boasting of his city's power. In others, he angered Apollo and Poseidon directly. Whatever the cause, the two gods found themselves punished by Zeus, compelled to serve Laomedon in disguise as humble labourers. It was a strange fate for gods, the archer god Apollo and the mighty sea lord Poseidon working like common masons. But the Greeks delighted in telling such stories, where the high and mighty were brought low, if only for a time. The task set for them was to build the walls of Troy. Day after day they worked, Apollo shaping the stones with divine precision, Poseidon lifting them with the strength of a god. Slowly the walls rose, massive and unyielding, destined to become famous centuries later when Homer sang of their fall. Even as slaves, the gods brought magnificence to the work. The stones fitted so tightly together that no blade of grass could grow between them. Mortals would later say that no human hand could have built such walls, and they were right. But when the work was finished, Laomedon committed a mistake that would echo through history. He refused to pay them. Whether out of arrogance, greed, or sheer foolishness, he denied the agreed reward. To cheat a mortal was one thing, to cheat a god was quite another. Apollo returned to his shrines, harbouring quiet resentment. Poseidon, however, was not a god of quiet moods. His anger was immediate, his vengeance swift. He sent a sea monster against Troy, a beast that rose from the waters to ravage the coast and threaten the city. Panic seized the Trojans. The walls, though mighty, could not protect them from a monster of the deep. Laomedon consulted oracles, as kings often did in desperate times, and was told that the only way to appease the god's wrath was to sacrifice his daughter Hesione. She was bound to the rocks by the shore, a victim meant to satisfy the hunger of the sea beast. It is here that myth, as so often, shifts from tragedy to heroism. For along came Heracles, passing through Troy on his labours. Seeing the girl bound to the rocks, he struck a bargain. If Laomedon would give him horses promised by Zeus, he would slay the monster. The king agreed, though one begins to suspect he was not very reliable with promises. Heracles fought the beast, killed it, and freed Hesione. But when Laomedon again refused to keep his word, Heracles returned later with an army, sacked Troy, and killed the king. Thus Poseidon's quarrel with Laomedon, begun over unpaid wages, set in motion events that would ripple down the centuries, laying the groundwork for the later Trojan War. What do we make of this story? On one level, it is simply another tale of divine anger and human folly. But on another, it reflects the Greek sense of justice. Promises mattered. To cheat the gods was to invite ruin. Laomedon's refusal to honour his bargain with Poseidon and Apollo brought not only a monster, but destruction upon his house. In Greek culture, where oaths were sacred and hospitality a duty, such betrayal was more than impolite. It was a violation of cosmic order. It is also telling that Poseidon is remembered here not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. The same god who could level walls with earthquakes also raised them with his strength. His power was double-edged. He could create magnificence, and he could sweep it away. In this he reflected the sea itself. The waters brought wealth, trade, and life to Greek shores, but they also destroyed, flooding fields and smashing ships. To honour Poseidon was to acknowledge both aspects, the giver and the taker, the builder and the breaker. Historically, the walls of Troy held enormous significance. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city did indeed have formidable defences, rebuilt several times across centuries. To the Greeks, these walls were legendary. To say that Apollo and Poseidon had built them was to explain their grandeur, to place them outside the reach of ordinary human effort. And when the walls eventually fell to the Greeks in the Trojan War, it was not just a military victory, but the shattering of something believed to be divine. There is also a quiet humour in imagining Poseidon, the tempestuous sea god, standing in the dust with a stonemason's hammer, muttering about mortar joints and wall height. The Greeks told these stories with a wink, aware of the incongruity. Their gods were mighty, yes, but they were also strangely human. They quarrelled, they laboured, they were cheated, and they sought revenge. In that humanity lay their appeal. Poseidon may have shaken the earth with his trident, but he also knew the sting of unpaid wages, a grievance any mason might understand. The tale of Laomedon and the walls of Troy also foreshadows Poseidon's later role in the Trojan War itself. Though the great conflict came generations later, Poseidon never forgot the insult. When the Greeks attacked Troy, he lent his strength to the walls once more, but he also aided the Greeks when it suited him, punishing Trojans for their king's past arrogance. The gods, it seems, had long memories. A slight against Poseidon was not easily erased, even if decades had passed. And so, in this chapter of his story, Poseidon reveals himself not just as the roaring sea or the trembling earth, but as a figure tied to human justice, pride, and vengeance. He could raise walls, but he could also send monsters to tear them down. He could be labourer, avenger, and destroyer, all in one. For the Greeks, who built their own walls against enemies and watched earthquakes topple them without warning. This was a truth they knew all too well. The story also captures the way myth and history blur together. Troy was a real place, its ruins still visible in Anatolia. Its walls really did rise high, layer upon layer, rebuilt across ages. The Greeks, seeing them, explained their grandeur with myth. They imagined gods straining at stone, shaping blocks no mortal could lift. And when they told how those same walls fell, they saw in it not only a military tale, but a cosmic lesson. Nothing, however divine, stood forever against time, pride, and fate. Thus, Poseidon's role as wall builder becomes more than a curious aside. It is a reflection of his double nature, his closeness to human struggles, and his importance in the great story of Troy. He was not only the god who wrecked ships and shook mountains, but the god who shaped cities, punished oaths broken, and laid the foundations for wars to come. And so we leave him here, the great builder and breaker, a god who could raise stone higher than men and topple it faster than fire. The walls of Troy stood as a monument to his strength and as a warning of his wrath. For Poseidon was never a god to be ignored, never a power to be cheated. His trident could carve the earth, his monsters could rise from the sea, and his vengeance could echo across generations. Poseidon was not a distant god, content to sit in his coral palace beneath the waves, while mortals went about their lives. Like his brother Zeus, he interfered often in the affairs of men, sometimes to bless, sometimes to punish, and often to remind mortals that the gods were never far away. Among all the Olympians, Poseidon was perhaps the most unpredictable in his dealings with heroes. At times he acted as a father, a protector, even a patron. At other times he was merciless, sending storms, monsters, or endless obstacles against those who crossed him. His relationships with heroes, like the sea itself, could be generous one day and destructive the next. Perhaps the most famous of these encounters was with Odysseus, the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was clever, resourceful, and a favourite of Athena, which already placed him at odds with Poseidon, Athena's eternal rival. But it was a single rash act that turned Poseidon into his greatest enemy. On the long voyage home from Troy, Odysseus and his men landed on the island of the Cyclopes, and there they encountered Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant who happened to be Poseidon's son. Polyphemus captured them, intending to eat them one by one, not the most charming of hosts. Odysseus, with his trademark cunning, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened stake and escaped with his men. It was a brilliant escape, but a foolish victory. As Odysseus sailed away, he revealed his name to Polyphemus, boasting of the trick. The wounded giant cried out to his father, Poseidon, begging for vengeance. And Poseidon listened. For the rest of his journey, Odysseus was hounded by storms, shipwrecks, and endless delays. What might have been a voyage of weeks turned into 10 long years. Poseidon barred his way at every turn, smashing his fleet, scattering his men, and leaving Odysseus to wander from island to island. The Odyssey, one of the greatest tales in Greek literature, is in many ways the story of Poseidon's wrath. While Athena guided Odysseus toward home, Poseidon set every obstacle he could in his path. The sea itself became the battlefield between them. Yet Poseidon was not always the enemy of heroes. In Theseus, the legendary king of Athens, he was remembered as a father. Some versions of the myth claim that Aegeus, king of Athens, was Theseus's mortal father. Others, however, say that Poseidon was his true sire. The sea god granted him strength and protection, marking him as a semi-divine hero. When Theseus journeyed to Crete to face the Minotaur, he was said to be watched over by Poseidon's power. In art and story, the connection between Theseus and Poseidon gave the Athenians both pride and legitimacy. Their greatest hero was linked by blood to the god of the sea. In a city defined by its rivalry with Poseidon, this was a curious but useful bond. It allowed Athenians to claim that even if their city had chosen Athena as patron, Poseidon had not abandoned them entirely. He had given them a hero. Poseidon's other children were not always so noble. From his many liaisons, both willing and not, came a host of beings, some heroic, some monstrous. The Cyclopes, like Polyphemus, were counted among his offspring. So too were giants and wild creatures of the sea. Triton, his son with Amphitrite, was more kindly remembered. A merman with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish, who blew a conch shell to calm or stir the waters. But even Triton's powers carried menace. The conch could raise waves as easily as still them. Poseidon's family reflected his nature, half benefactor, half terror. His dealings with heroes often carried lessons. When he aided, it was to show that even the sea could be a source of life and support. When he punished, it was to remind mortals of the cost of arrogance. In Odysseus's case, the message was clear. Cleverness could win battles, but pride and boasting could bring ruin. For the Greeks, who prized cunning and wit, this was a sobering reminder that even intelligence had to be tempered with humility before the gods. The sea itself shaped these stories. Greek sailors knew what it was to be at the mercy of winds and waves. A sudden storm could smash a fleet, as Poseidon smashed Odysseus's ships. A calm sea could deliver them safely to harbour, as Poseidon might grant to his favourites. To attribute these changes to the moods of a god was not just poetic, but practical. It gave shape and meaning to forces otherwise beyond control. When a hero succeeded or failed, it was never simply chance. It was the will of Poseidon. We should also note the political uses of such myths. Cities and families often trace their lineage to gods to claim prestige. To call Theseus the son of Poseidon was to strengthen Athens' claim to greatness. To explain Odysseus's wanderings as the work of Poseidon was to make his story one of cosmic significance, not merely bad luck. The gods, in this sense, legitimized both heroism and suffering. They made human struggles part of a larger divine pattern. Poseidon's wrath was not reserved only for individuals. Entire peoples could feel his anger. In one myth, the people of Corinth neglected his worship, and he sent earthquakes to remind them of his power. In another, he competed with Hera for Argos, or with Apollo for Delphi, seeking to extend his influence. He did not accept boundaries easily, nor did he forgive insults lightly. For mortals, this made him both essential and dangerous. To neglect Poseidon was folly. To honour him was necessary, though never a guarantee of safety. His nature as both father and foe gave him a special place in the Greek imagination. Zeus was often distant, ruling with thunderbolts from on high. Hades remained below, silent and brooding, but Poseidon was near. His realm lapped at every shore, shook every city with tremors, and reminded mortals daily of his presence. He was a god who touched human life constantly, sometimes as protector, sometimes as punisher. And so, in the stories of heroes, we see Poseidon most clearly. He is the father who grants strength, the patron who legitimizes a hero's rule, the avenger who punishes arrogance, the destroyer who bars the way home. He is as changeable as the sea, generous, wrathful, patient, and sudden. In him, the Greeks recognized both the hope and the fear of their world. There is a kind of humour in how often Poseidon's grudges shaped epic tales. One boast from Odysseus, shouted across the waves, became the cause of 10 years' wandering. One unpaid debt from Laomedon brought a sea monster to Troy. The gods, it seems, had egos as fragile as mortals, and Poseidon's especially so. Yet the humour is tinged with truth. For just as a single careless word could offend a god, a single careless act could spell ruin at sea. The parallel was too perfect to ignore. Historically, these stories also remind us how much the Greeks depended on the sea. Their heroes were often seafarers, their wars fought with ships, their trade carried across waves. To make Poseidon central to their tales was to acknowledge that dependence. Even in myths of land-bound heroes like Theseus, the god of the sea appears, as though to insist that no story could escape his influence. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as the god of oceans and earthquakes, but as the shaper of human destiny through his heroes. He was the unseen hand that guided or thwarted them, the father of some, the enemy of others, and the constant reminder that the sea was never to be taken lightly. For the Greeks, who built their lives on fragile boats and sailed across uncertain waters, this truth was as clear as the horizon itself. Poseidon's stories with heroes are not simple tales of victory or defeat. They are warnings and reflections, lessons carried in narrative form. They whisper of pride and punishment, of generosity and vengeance, of a God who gave and took with equal measure. To listen to them is to hear the sea itself, calm one moment, raging the next, but always present, always alive, always waiting. When the Greeks spoke of Poseidon, they did not only think of the sea, they also thought of the earth itself trembling beneath their feet. His title, Enosishthon, the Earth Shaker, was one of his most ancient and most feared names. To live in Greece was to live with earthquakes. Temples collapsed, mountains split, and whole towns vanished under the weight of falling stone. For a people who built their lives among fault lines and shifting ground, it was only natural to believe that such power belonged to a god. And who better than Poseidon, already master of storms and restless seas, to carry the trident that struck the land itself? The connection may at first seem odd. Why would the sea god be linked with earthquakes? Yet in the Greek imagination, it made perfect sense. The same force that churned the waves could shake the land. The sea lay under and around everything, its hidden strength rising up without warning. Earthquakes were sudden, violent, and impossible to resist. Very much like the tempests Poseidon was known to hurl against sailors. He was, in short, the embodiment of natural disaster, whether on water or on land. Stories of Poseidon's power as Earthshaker abound. In the Iliad, Homer describes how Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and the earth shuddered. Mountains shook, rivers trembled, and even Hades himself feared that the world above might crack open and reveal his gloomy realm. That image, of God so powerful that even other gods quailed, captures something essential about Poseidon. He was not simply one ruler among many. He was a force that made the cosmos itself uneasy. There is a certain dark humour in this title as well. Imagine a Greek farmer carefully building his stone house or wall, only to see it crumble a year later in a quake. What better explanation than that Poseidon had decided to give the earth a bit of a shake? One can almost hear the farmer muttering that the god must have been in a foul mood again, and hoping that a quick sacrifice of a ram or bull might improve his temper. Religion, in this sense, was a way of coping. Earthquakes were terrifying, but if they were the will of a god, then perhaps they could be placated. Some myths made the connection explicit. Poseidon was said to have struck the ground with his trident to create springs or to open passages to the sea. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the sanctuary, Poseidon was believed to have been its original god, ruling over an oracle where earthquakes were thought to reveal the will of the divine. At Troezen, a city in the Peloponnese, the people claimed that Poseidon split the rocks apart with his trident, forming sacred spaces. Everywhere one looked, cracks in the earth or sudden springs were linked to his power. Historically, the fear was well founded. Greece lies at the meeting point of tectonic plates, and earthquakes have shaped its history again and again. Archaeologists find layers of destruction in ancient cities, Mycenae, Tiryns, Knossos, where walls fell suddenly and rebuilding began almost immediately. To the ancients, these were not geological accidents. They were divine reminders. Poseidon, restless in his palace beneath the sea, had struck the ground in anger. And if he had done so once, he might do so again. The dual nature of Poseidon, sea and quake, made him doubly dangerous and doubly essential. Sailors feared his storms, but farmers feared his tremors. City leaders prayed to him not only before launching fleets, but also when they raised temples and walls. Sacrifices to Poseidon might come from those who never set foot on a ship, but who had felt the ground shift beneath them while they slept. He was, in this sense, a god who united land and sea, terror and necessity. There are tales too of Poseidon using earthquakes as weapons. During the Trojan War, when the gods chose sides, Poseidon struck the walls of Troy with his trident, shaking them to their foundations. In another story, he shattered a mountain to punish impious mortals. For him, the quake was not simply a natural occurrence, but an act of will, a sign that divine justice had fallen. Just as Zeus hurled thunderbolts, Poseidon sent earthquakes. One of the more striking connections is between Poseidon and horses. At first, this may seem unrelated to his role as earth shaker, but the Greeks imagined the rumbling of hooves across the earth as similar to the rumbling of tremors. Horses were powerful, dangerous, and hard to control, much like the sea and the ground beneath. To worship Poseidon Hippios, the tamer of horses, was to recognize the same unpredictable strength that shook cities and raised waves. Some scholars think that Poseidon may originally have been a horse god, only later gaining his identity as Lord of the Sea. If so, his connection to earthquakes may stretch even deeper into pre-Greek traditions, when thunder, hooves, and tremors were seen as one and the same. There is another layer here too. The Greeks were keenly aware of the fragility of their buildings. Unlike the great stone monuments of Egypt, Greece's temples and houses were often toppled and rebuilt. Earthquakes forced constant renewal. In that renewal, Poseidon was both feared and respected. He could destroy, but he also cleared the way for rebuilding. In some ways, he was a god of change, reminding mortals that nothing was fixed forever. His tremors forced new beginnings, however unwilling. One can imagine the role this played in their worldview. Just as Poseidon overthrew Laomedon's walls, just as he thwarted Odysseus at sea, so too could he topple the proudest human efforts in a single strike. To the Greeks, who saw cities rise and fall, leaders replaced, and fortunes reversed, the idea that even the earth could not be trusted was entirely believable. Poseidon embodied that uncertainty. He was the god of instability, the reminder that nothing solid was truly safe. And yet, he was still honoured, still prayed to. Bulls were drowned in his honour, horses sacrificed, and temples built on headlands where land met sea. In worshipping Poseidon as Earthshaker, the Greeks admitted their fear, but also sought to live with it. Better to have him as a god who might be placated than to live in a world of meaningless disaster. Better to tell stories of tridents striking the ground than to admit ignorance. There is something almost comforting in that. To imagine earthquakes as the footsteps of a god is to give them personality, reason, even a touch of predictability. Poseidon might be moody, but moods could be managed with offerings and prayers. It was not perfect protection, but it was something. And for a people who lived always under threat of tremors, that something mattered deeply. So, in Poseidon the Earthshaker, we see the Greek attempt to explain the inexplicable, to weave terror into myth, and to give the unstable ground beneath them a divine face. He was the god who shook their walls and their lives, but also the god they turned to for safety. He was the roar of hooves, the crash of waves, and the rumble of mountains all at once. And in his restlessness they saw the truth of their world, that life was fragile, that power was unstable, and that even the ground could betray them. And so Poseidon's story, in this form, becomes more than myth. It becomes a reflection of lived reality. He was not only the god of the sea, but the god of earthquakes, the Earthshaker, whose trident could split rock and bring cities low. To worship him was to acknowledge that the earth itself was never steady, and that only in reverence, perhaps mixed with a nervous smile, could mortals hope to endure his moods. The gods of Greece, as you may have noticed, were not shy about romance, though romance is perhaps too polite a word. They loved often, they loved widely, and they left behind children who ranged from noble heroes to monstrous terrors. Poseidon was no exception. Like the sea itself, his passions were restless, shifting, and unpredictable. Some of his loves brought order and splendour. Others birthed chaos and fear. In his lovers and offspring, we see Poseidon's nature in miniature, generous and fertile one moment, destructive and terrifying the next. Among all his consorts, Amphitrite stands foremost. She was one of the Nereids, the 50 sea nymph daughters of the old sea god Nereus. Amphitrite was graceful, dignified, and at first entirely uninterested in Poseidon's advances. When he sought her hand, she fled across the sea, hiding from his pursuit. It might have ended there, had Poseidon not sent a dolphin to find her. The gentle creature pleaded on his behalf, persuading Amphitrite to relent. She returned with the dolphin, and Poseidon made her his queen. For her loyalty, the dolphin was set among the stars as a constellation, Delphinus, still twinkling in the night sky. Thus Poseidon gained not only a wife, but a symbol of companionship and persuasion, and perhaps a reminder that sometimes charm works better than force, even for gods. Amphitrite bore him children, the most famous being Triton. Often depicted as a merman, with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish, Triton carried a conch shell with which he could calm or stir the sea. Sailors believed that when waves rose suddenly or fell still, it was Triton's horn sounding across the deep. In him we see Poseidon's dual nature passed on, a child who could bless sailors with calm but also terrify them with storms. But Poseidon's offspring were not all so benevolent. From his many affairs came beings of great power and often great menace. The Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus, was one of his sons. Huge, one-eyed and fond of eating sailors raw, Polyphemus embodied the terrifying, lawless side of the sea, the side that swallowed men without mercy. When Odysseus blinded him and boasted of his escape, it was Polyphemus's cry to his father that set Poseidon's long ruff in motion, cursing Odysseus's voyage. Other children of Poseidon included giants, such as Orion in some traditions, and beings linked to the untamed edges of the world. His lineage stretched across land and sea, filling the Greek imagination with creatures both wondrous and dreadful. Some were kings, founding dynasties that traced their bloodline back to him. Others were monsters, reminders that the sea did not only carry trade and fish, but also mysteries that could devour. The Greeks, in telling these tales, reflected their view of the sea itself. It was fertile, teeming with life, offering food and connection. But it was also full of dangers, storms, and creatures lurking in the deep. To say that Poseidon fathered both heroes and monsters was to admit that the sea could produce both blessing and terror. His family tree was less a lineage than a mirror of the ocean's moods. Among his more unusual children were the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor, born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus cut off her head. How did Poseidon come into this? The myth tells us that he had once lain with Medusa in the temple of Athena, a violation that brought the goddess's wrath. When Perseus struck, Pegasus and Chrysaor sprang from her body, children of Poseidon, though born in violence and shadow. Pegasus would soar into the sky, a symbol of inspiration and poetry. Chrysaor, less famous, embodied strength. Here again we see Poseidon's paradox. From the same union came beauty and terror, flight and brute force. Poseidon's liaisons were not confined to sea nymphs. He sought lovers among mortals too, often with results that shaped dynasties. Many kings claimed descent from him, using his name to bolster their legitimacy. To say, "I am son of Poseidon," was to claim divine sanction, to suggest that one's rule had the strength of the sea behind it. In a culture where lineage meant power, such claims mattered. Poseidon became, in this way, a political tool as well as a god. His affairs provided not just stories, but excuses for rule. Yet his loves could also bring trouble. The tale of Caeneus is one such warning. Born as a woman named Canis, she was ravished by Poseidon. Afterward, he offered her a wish, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps as consolation. She asked to be transformed into a man, so that she might never be violated again. Poseidon granted it, and Caeneus became a mighty warrior, invulnerable to weapons. Yet in battle against the centaurs, he was overwhelmed, crushed beneath a pile of trees and earth. The story is tragic, complex, and revealing. Poseidon's power to grant wishes brought greatness, but it also carried hidden doom. Even his blessings were dangerous. Another of his mortal loves was Tyro, a Thessalian princess. With her he fathered twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. Peleus would later seize the throne of Iolcus, sending Jason on his quest for the Golden Fleece. Neleus became king of Pylos, remembered in Homer's epics. Thus, through Tyro, Poseidon shaped the course of Greek myth and epic history. His children were not background figures. They became rulers, heroes, and in some cases the causes of wars. When we trace Poseidon's offspring, we find them everywhere in Greek story. They appear as kings on thrones, as monsters in caves, as companions of heroes, as obstacles to voyagers. They embody the endless reach of the sea itself, touching every shore, every kingdom, every life. Some inspired awe, others fear, but all carried with them the stamp of the god of the sea. There is humour too in how the Greeks told these tales. A god as moody as Poseidon was bound to have a complicated household. One imagines Amphitrite's patience being tested by the constant arrival of new sons and daughters, some noble, some half-beast. Family gatherings in Poseidon's palace must have been lively affairs indeed. Triton with his conch, Polyphemus lumbering about with one eye, Pegasus pawing the floor impatiently, and perhaps a dolphin or two darting between them. The Greeks, who loved to tell stories of feasts and arguments, surely smiled at the thought of such a company under one roof. But beneath the humour lay serious meaning. Poseidon's loves and children explained the world. Why did storms rise suddenly? Because Triton blew his horn. Why did some families claim divine favour? Because Poseidon was their ancestor. Why did monsters lurk at the edge of the map? Because they were his offspring, reminders of the sea's mysteries. Myth was not idle invention. It was a way of mapping the human experience onto the natural world. Historically, the cult of Poseidon often included rituals that acknowledged his fertility and his dangerous passions. Horses were drowned in his honour, bulls sacrificed, and temples raised at the water's edge. In his dual nature as lover and destroyer, the Greeks saw the dual nature of life itself. Desire could create children, cities, dynasties, but it could also unleash chaos, violence, and ruin. Poseidon's myths embodied that truth with striking clarity. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as Earthshaker or Lord of the Sea, but as a god whose loves and lineage spread across the Greek imagination. His children were heroes and kings, monsters and marvels. His passions created beauty and terror in equal measure. He was, in this sense, a god who gave the world its variety, its unpredictability, its richness and its danger. Like the sea, he could be gentle, carrying new life, or violent, birthing storms and monsters. To listen to these stories is to hear the sea itself whispering. Its waves bring dolphins and pearls, but also sharks and whirlpools. Its depths conceal treasures and terrors alike. Poseidon's lovers and offspring are the personification of that paradox. They remind us that the sea gives and takes, blesses and curses, loves and destroys. And in that restless tide, the Greeks found the image of a god who was as complex as the waters he ruled. For all his storms, quarrels, and grudges, Poseidon was not merely a figure of myth. He was a god worshipped across the Greek world, honoured with temples, sacrifices, and festivals. To the Greeks, his power was too immediate to ignore. The sea was always there, lapping at the shorelines of their scattered cities, and the trembling of the earth was never far away. To neglect Poseidon was unthinkable. To honour him was essential, even if his moods could never be fully trusted. His worship stretched from the islands of the Aegean to the great coastal sanctuaries of the mainland. Perhaps most famous was the temple at Cape Sunion, perched high on a headland above the sea. Even today, its white columns stand against the sky, a landmark for sailors approaching Athens. In antiquity, the sight of those columns at dawn must have been profoundly moving. After weeks or months at sea, to see the god's temple watching over the harbour was to feel both awe and relief. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were offered there, prayers for safe passage whispered into the salt wind. The temple reminded all who saw it that the sea belonged to Poseidon, and that Athens, for all its devotion to Athena, never forgot him. Another major centre of worship was Isthmia, near Corinth. There, at the narrow isthmus that joined the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, a great sanctuary of Poseidon stood. The location was perfect, a place where land and sea met, where travellers crossed from one side of the Greek world to another, and where fleets could gather. The Isthmian Games, second only to the Olympics in fame, were held there in his honour. Athletes competed in running, wrestling, and chariot races, while sacrifices and feasts accompanied the contests. The sea god, associated with both horses and waves, was a fitting patron for such events. Victors were crowned not with olive leaves, as at Olympia, but with pine or celery, symbols tied to his cult. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the oracle, Poseidon was said to have ruled there, his power connected to the trembling of the earth. Some traditions held that the first oracle at Delphi was his, a reminder that even prophecy was once linked to the sea and quake. Though Apollo later became the dominant deity of the sanctuary, offerings to Poseidon continued, acknowledging his ancient claim. His worship also stretched beyond Greece itself. In colonies from Sicily to Asia Minor, temples to Poseidon rose near harbours, reminding settlers that no matter how far they travelled, the sea god had followed them. Wherever Greek ships landed, they brought not only pottery and language, but also sacrifices to the god of the sea. The rituals of his cult were as varied as his nature. Bulls, powerful and unruly, were often drowned in the sea as offerings, their strength thought fitting for the god who ruled horses and waves. Horses themselves were also sacrificed, a practice both costly and symbolic, for horses were wealth. To offer one to Poseidon was no small gesture. Sailors poured libations of wine into the waves before a voyage, hoping to calm the waters. Fishermen cast the first catch back into the sea in his honour. To neglect such rituals was to risk angering the god, and few were reckless enough to take that chance. In some places, Poseidon was worshipped in more peaceful aspects. At Mantinea, in Arcadia, inland and far from the sea, he was honoured as Hippias, lord of horses, a reminder that his power stretched across land as well as water. Farmers prayed to him for fertile fields, seeing in his storms not only destruction, but also the rain that nourished crops. His cults reflected his duality, feared for his violence, respected for his generosity, and never entirely predictable. The Greeks often held festivals in his honour, marked by processions, races, and feasts. At Corinth, the Isthmian Games drew crowds from across the Greek world. At Sunion, festivals combined religious sacrifice with political display, as leaders showcased their fleets beneath the god's gaze. In smaller towns, fishermen might gather on beaches to pour wine into the waves, singing hymns to the earth-shaker before setting out. Worship of Poseidon was not confined to grand temples. It was woven into daily life, wherever the sea touched human lives. One of the most striking things about Poseidon's cult is how it balanced fear and gratitude. Worshippers did not approach him with the same affection they showed to gods like Dionysus or Aphrodite. Poseidon inspired awe, not intimacy. His festivals carried solemnity, his sacrifices a sense of urgency. To pray to Poseidon was to plead for mercy or to give thanks for survival. He was not a god of comfort, but of necessity. And yet, in that necessity lay devotion. Historically, this makes sense. The Greeks depended utterly on the sea. It brought trade, wealth, and connection, but it also destroyed ships, carried invaders, and swallowed men whole. Earthquakes toppled temples and houses, yet also reminded people that the earth was alive. Poseidon embodied both sides. His cults reflected the truth that survival in Greece required respecting the unpredictable. There is a quiet humour in some of the rituals too. Sailors, notoriously superstitious, would often refuse to set out if the omens from Poseidon's shrines were unfavourable. One imagines captains delaying voyages, muttering about sacrifices not yet made, while merchants grew impatient on the docks. Better to lose a day than a ship, they said, and Poseidon's cult gave them a reason, or perhaps an excuse. In that sense, religion and practicality went hand in hand. Poseidon was also remembered in art. Pottery painted with ships often included dolphins or tridents, silent nods to his power. Sculptures showed him as a bearded figure, muscular, with flowing hair and the inevitable trident. On coins, his image was struck beside symbols of cities dependent on the sea. To carry a coin with Poseidon's likeness was to acknowledge his reach in daily life. He was not only a figure of myth, but a presence in commerce, politics, and identity. Even Rome, when it adopted Greek gods under new names, could not ignore him. They called him Neptune, and though the name changed, the essence remained. The sea still belonged to him, as did earthquakes and horses. Roman sailors, like Greek ones, poured wine into the waters before they set out. Roman poets still spoke of him raising storms against heroes. The legacy of his worship carried forward long after Greek city-states themselves had fallen. What strikes us most in these cults is the sense of balance. Poseidon was not adored in the way some gods were adored. He was not a gentle patron of hearth and home. He was a power to be reckoned with, a force to be honoured. His temples stood not in fertile valleys, but on headlands facing the sea, as if to meet his gaze directly. His festivals were less about joy than about respect, less about celebration than about survival. And yet, through that respect, the Greeks wove him into their identity. They knew that to live in their land was to live with the sea and with earthquakes. They made peace with that knowledge through worship. Poseidon's cult was their way of saying, "We see you, we fear you, and we honour you. Please, in return, spare us." It was a relationship of negotiation, uneasy but enduring. So when we think of Poseidon, we must think not only of the myths, but of the offerings left on beaches, the bulls drowned in the surf, the temples gleaming on cliffs. His presence was carved into stone, stamped onto coins, and whispered into the waves. He was more than story. He was daily reality, shaping how people sailed, built, and prayed. And perhaps that is why his worship has left such enduring traces. To walk the ruins of his temples today, with the sea stretching before you, is to feel something of the awe the Greeks felt. The waves still crash, the earth still trembles, and Poseidon, though silent now, still seems present. His cult was never about comfort. It was about truth. The truth that nature is vast, that we are small, and that respect is the only answer to forces beyond our control. By the end of our journey through Poseidon's story, we begin to see how much more he was than simply a character in old tales. Poseidon was not just the god of waves and tempests. He was the embodiment of forces that shaped the very existence of the Greeks. The unpredictable sea, the trembling of the earth, the sudden crash of hooves, the thunder of storms. To speak of Poseidon was to speak of power itself, power that gave life and power that took it away. His legacy is not confined to myth. It lingers in the ways Greeks lived, the ways they prayed, the ways they explained the world around them. From the earliest poetry, he is present. In Homer's Iliad, Poseidon rises from the sea to stride across the battlefield, lending strength to the Greeks against the Trojans. In the Odyssey, he is the great obstacle, punishing Odysseus with endless wanderings for daring to harm his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. In Hesiod's Theogony, he is one of the three great brothers, carving the cosmos into sky, sea, and underworld. In tragedy and comedy alike, his name is invoked as the shaper of storms, the breaker of walls, the restless god never quite at peace. No other god, save Zeus, appears in quite so many roles across the literature of Greece. But it was not only in stories that his presence was felt. The Greeks built his sanctuaries where land and sea met, as if to stand directly in his gaze. The temple at Cape Sunion, its columns still gleaming today, was a beacon for sailors. Imagine the relief of a crew, weeks at sea, seeing the white marble rising above the cliffs, a sign that they were home, that Poseidon had granted them passage. There, bulls were sacrificed, wine poured, prayers whispered into the wind. His worship was as practical as it was reverent. Give to the god, and perhaps he will spare you. At Isthmia, near Corinth, the Greeks held the Isthmian Games in his honour. Athletes ran, wrestled, and raced chariots, while musicians and poets competed as well. Victors were crowned not with olives, as at Olympia, but with pine wreaths or even wild celery. The symbolism was odd to us, but to the Greeks it mattered. Each plant had its sacred ties, each festival its own ritual meaning. For Poseidon, pine and celery were fitting, hardy, growing close to the sea, tied to endurance. The games reminded all present that he was more than storms. He was strength, power, and competition itself. Even inland, far from the sea, Poseidon was remembered. In Arcadia, he was worshipped as Poseidon Hippios, lord of horses. Farmers prayed to him for fertility of their herds. Warriors asked his blessing before riding into battle. The horse, after all, was wealth. To honour Poseidon in this form was to admit his rule stretched even to the heart of the land. He was not confined to salt water. His reach galloped across the fields as surely as it surged across the waves. There is a curious humanity in this. The Greeks feared him, but they also sought to domesticate him, to turn the wild god of earthquakes and storms into a patron of agriculture and sport. Yet he always resisted complete taming. His myths remind us that he was moody, proud, and vengeful. One missed offering, one broken promise, could bring disaster. Cities knew better than to forget him, even if they gave their first devotion to Athena or Apollo. He was the god whose temper had to be managed. His legacy also shaped politics. Many royal families traced their lineage back to him. Kings of Pylos, Corinth, and Atlantis Yes, even Plato's fictional Atlantis claimed descent from the sea god. To say one's ancestor was Poseidon was to claim divine legitimacy, to place one's throne on foundations as vast as the ocean. Such claims were not idle boasts. They carried weight in a culture where ancestry was power. Poseidon's name gave strength to dynasties, just as his storms gave strength to fleets. Even his myths of grudges carried lessons. The story of Odysseus warned Greeks of the dangers of arrogance. Boast too loudly, and the sea itself will turn against you. The story of Laomedon warned against breaking promises. Cheat the gods, and they will remember, even across generations. The contest with Athena taught that wisdom and foresight outlast spectacle and force. Though Poseidon's salt spring continued to bubble on the Acropolis, a reminder that he had left his mark even in defeat. These were not simply tales for amusement. They were frameworks of morality, teaching that pride, deceit, and disrespect had consequences. And still, despite his anger, Poseidon was necessary. Sailors poured wine into the sea before they set out. Fishermen cast their first catch back into the waves as an offering. Entire bulls were driven into the surf and drowned, their strength thought a fitting sacrifice for the god who ruled horses and tides alike. These rituals were not done lightly. They were desperate negotiations with a god who might decide, on a whim, to smash a fleet or bless a harvest. Religion, in his case, was less about love than survival. When Rome absorbed the Greek gods, Poseidon became Neptune. His temples rose across Italy, his festivals woven into the Roman calendar. Roman poets praised him in epics, just as Greek poets had done. The trident remained his symbol, the dolphins and horses his companions. Neptune carried on Poseidon's essence, though with a Latin name. The empire that ruled the Mediterranean seas could hardly ignore the god who had symbolized them for centuries. Art kept his image alive long after his temples crumbled. In Renaissance paintings, Poseidon appears as a grand, bearded figure, commanding the sea with regal authority. In sculpture, he is carved striding forward, trident in hand, waves swirling at his feet. In literature, he is invoked whenever the sea must be personified. Even in modern stories, novels, films, and popular culture, Poseidon's trident flashes again, a symbol instantly recognized. His legacy has leapt across millennia, as restless as the waves themselves. There is a subtle humour in this endurance. The god who was never chosen as patron of Athens, who lost contests, who quarrelled endlessly, who sulked when insulted. This same god remains etched into human memory more deeply than many who are more loved. Perhaps because we cannot ignore what he represents. Zeus may thunder in the sky, Athena may whisper wisdom, but the sea is always with us. Ships still sail, storms still rise, earthquakes still shudder. Poseidon is still there, though we no longer pour wine into the surf. His legacy, too, is in the reminder of humility. The Greeks lived close to nature's edge, their cities vulnerable to flood, quake, and storm. By making Poseidon a god, they acknowledged their vulnerability. They admitted they were not in control. We, centuries later, with our machines and forecasts, still feel the same when disasters strike. The ground trembles, the sea surges, and suddenly our confidence falters. We may not call it Poseidon anymore, but the feeling is the same. And so, in the end, Poseidon's story becomes more than myth. It becomes a mirror. He is the storm that terrifies and the calm that saves. He is the father of heroes and the sire of monsters. He is the trident that splits the earth, and the dolphin that leaps joyfully beside a ship. He is both blessing and curse, creation and destruction. The Greeks saw in him the paradox of existence itself, that life is fragile, that power is unstable, that awe is necessary. Imagine then, standing on a Greek shore 2,500 years ago. The sun is setting, the sea turning gold. Fishermen pull their boats onto the sand, murmuring prayers. From the headland, a temple gleams in the fading light. A bull, offered to Poseidon, is led to the surf. The waves hiss against the rocks, the earth beneath your feet still bearing scars of quakes. In that moment, you understand why Poseidon mattered. He was not only a god, he was life itself, uncertain, dangerous, and magnificent. And as we drift now to the close of his story, we hear what the Greeks heard. The endless wash of waves upon the shore, the low rumble of the ground beneath, the whisper of the sea god's voice. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Lord of the Deep, still speaks across time. His trident gleams in imagination. His palace shimmers beneath the waters. His presence lingers in every storm. He is restless, eternal, and unavoidable. He is the sea,